do that. Third, we coordinate with the macro perspectives of labor every year. We have a joint day on Thursday. We should be free to go back and forth between both of the sessions in the morning and the afternoon. Even if you're only invited to this one, we do that purposefully. So people should be attending both of those if they so desire. And last, we have our group event on Tuesday night, like we usually do. We're going to put this little slide. Oh. The slide was right up here. There was a slide there a few seconds ago. Can we put that slide back up? Yeah, thank you so much. It was on this one over here. So we're going to put that right back up. I'm going to put that back up every break. You guys could take a picture of this.
Is it the blue one?
The power. Yeah.
Okay.
There it is. Take a little picture of this thing. This is our group event. And it's tomorrow night, 6:30, same place we had last year, Portico Brewing Company. You come, we'll all be there. And it's, us and Macro Perspectives and any other group out there. So if you know other groups that want to be coming, they are more than welcome to come. But it's, it is the group event for us in Macro Perspectives. So you got to go and everyone just orders their own stuff. But we got the space is ours for the evening. We cool? Okay. So now we could go back to the other one. Thank you so much again. And we'll start our first. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. First 5 minutes, there'll be a ding. No questions during the first 5 minutes. No questions during the last 5 minutes. We want the authors to make sure they get into the paper by the first 5 minutes and at the last 5 minutes to wrap up. And so there'll be a little ding that comes up and when we can start asking questions. Okay, Lucas, the floor is yours. And the timer there for the speakers.
Color-coded. Great. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for having us on the program. This is joint work with Joachim over there, so you can also ask him, your tough questions later during the break. Our main motivation for this project is really the observation and the data that firms invest a lot of resources in something that looks like they're building that division. Okay? Spending on things like sales and marketing is the same order of magnitude as firms' investments in physical capital. And if you look across firms, in particular across industries, it seems to be strongly correlated with firms reporting some need to contact and inform customers about their available products. So whenever I say things like demand investment or sales and marketing today, the key example that I want you to have in mind is firms' sales force. That's really what we're talking about here. Now, firms' willingness to spend a lot of resources on communicating with customers is also consistent with how important customers are for firms' sales. In the data, again, roughly more than three quarters of sales variation across firms is actually accounted for by the number of customers that any given firm has, not so much by how much these firms sell per customer. With these facts in mind, what we want to do here is we want to ask, how does this demand investment shape how firms compete for these customers? And ultimately, how does it affect the allocation of resources in the economy? And the main intuition for why demand investment should matter for competition is that to the extent that it provides information to customers, it's essentially enlarging these customers' choice sets. If customers have more choice, firms have to compete more, they have less market power, and they're going to end up charging lower markups in equilibrium. We're going to be a little bit more formal than that. We're going to write down a theory. The core of that theory is going to be a product market that is subject to search frictions. And we're going to think about this investment in demand as the cost of suppliers in this market have for contacting customers in the market. Customers are going to have the option to choose among multiple suppliers, and they're going to choose both whom to buy from, and they're going to choose how much they buy from whichever supplier they choose. And that means these suppliers will have to compete both at the extensive margin for customers and at the intensive margin for sales per customer. I'm going to show you along the way that this framework can be consistent with a lot of evidence on variation in sales, markups, and this investment in demand in the data. And then the first thing we're going to ask is, how does demand investment affect allocations in the economy? To do that, we're going to compare the equilibrium to the problem of a social planner, and we're going to find that the equilibrium is misallocation for two reasons. The first is this is an economy with imperfect competition, so we kind of nest all the standard distortions from market power and markups. Okay. But importantly, our model is going to predict less misallocation for any given distribution of markups that you see in the data. And the reason is that by taking into account this investment in demand and how firms compete for customers, the model allows us to separate the elasticity, the demand elasticity that these firms have, and that generates the markups in the first place, from the relevant elasticity of substitution that determines how costly any given distribution of markups is. And then in addition to that, the demand investment itself is going to be inefficient. The dominating force there is going to be a business stealing externality. When they contact customers, firms don't take into account that they're going to poach some of these customers out of existing relationships, and that's going to lead to an overinvestment in building demand in equilibrium. Because this is an economy with distortions, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to think about optimal policy to tackle these distortions. And what we find there is that if you want to kind of, restore some efficiency in this economy, you really need to tackle both of these margins at the same time with a kind of joint set of tools. And the reason for that is that these two distortions interact with each other. And whenever you use one tool to tackle one of them without kind of accounting for the other, you're actually going to make distortions on the other margin worse. And then finally, we can also use this framework to think a little bit about some aggregate trends that we've seen in the US economy over the last couple of decades. In particular, the model is able to generate the observed increase in demand investment and sales concentration since the 1980s through an improvement in the technology with which suppliers come to contact customers. Importantly, we can generate an increase in sales concentration without necessarily increasing the aggregate markup. So this is a model where market concentration and competition are not going to be one for one. And in addition to that, even though firms spend more on contacting customers, investing in their customer capital, the intangible value of these customer relationships can actually go down. And the driving force behind both of these kind of results is an equilibrium effect of aggregate demand investment, which makes kind of the market more competitive, putting downward pressure on markups and reducing the intangible value of customer relationships. Now, we're going to connect here to kind of a growing empirical literature, in particular on customer dynamics and variation in sales and marketing. And I'm going to show you that this framework can be consistent with a lot of facts that have been documented in this literature. The way we set the model up kind of allows us is connected to literature on search frictions and product markets. And we're going to write down a search framework here, again, that can be consistent with the data on a number of dimensions. And that allows us to study jointly misallocation due to market power and this overinvestment in demand, in particular taking into account the interaction between those two forces, which I'm going to show you are going to be important. And then finally, our focus is going to connect us to the broader literature on markups and misallocation of demand. Most of that literature kind of treats market power as arising from product differentiation, whereas here market power is going to come predominantly from the presence of search frictions, the fact that customer can't access all suppliers at the same time. Most of the literature on misallocation also treats demand as static, as determined within the period. And here, demand is going to be dynamic because relationships between customers and suppliers are going to be persistent. There are a few recent papers in this literature, including the one that Jeremy is going to present right after the break, that also kind of start to thinking about demand as a dynamic object that's accumulated over time. The main difference compared to our work is going to be that here, how many customers the firm has is going to respond to the prices of that firm. So there's kind of a responsiveness of the extensive margin of demand to price, and that's going to be the driving force behind the main results that I'm going to show you. Okay, in the framework, there are going to be three types of agents. Households are going to consume a final good, and they endogenously choose how much capital and how much labor they want to supply. Otherwise, households are pretty standard, so think of kind of the standard representative household in an RVC model with endogenous labor supply. All of the action is going to be between two types of firms. On the one side, they're going to be competitive final goods firms that process intermediate inputs, and those are going to be the customers in the market for intermediates. On the other side of that market, the suppliers are going to be the producer of those intermediates, so kind of the focus of the paper is going to be the market for intermediates. Now, we're going to assume that this market is subject to search frictions, and that means customers in this market can only purchase if they are contacted by a supplier that kind of provides them with information about the product that are on offer. I'm going to be more precise on a lot of this down the road, but I want to kind of anticipate three features because I think that's going to make notation a little bit clearer. The first is, as I mentioned already, relationships between customers and suppliers are going to be persistent. Customers can always purchase from the supplier that they last purchased from. The second is that we're going to assume no commitment on either side of the market. So customers can always leave the supplier whenever they get a better offer, and suppliers cannot commit to any long-run contracts. They can't commit to future prices. And then finally, we're going to assume that customers can only observe prices and they decide which supplier to choose from only based on the price that they see within the period, which means that ultimately we're going to solve for Bayesian equilibrium here, where current prices signal something about future prices as well. Now, on the customer side of the market, again, these final goods firms process intermediates into final output, and they use CES production technology with elasticity of substitution sigma. How much they want to use of any given intermediate J then is given by kind of the standard CES demand function and depends on the marginal cost of using any given input. This marginal cost can be determined in one of two ways. If any given customer doesn't have a supplier for that intermediate, we're going to call that customer unmatched for intermediate J. And in that case, the only option is to produce that intermediate in-house. And we assume that that happens with Cobb-Douglas technology, where we normalize the productivity to 1, so that's some constant marginal cost. Whenever the customer is matched with a supplier for intermediate J, and that supplier charges a price P, then we're going to assume that the firm is going to purchase all of the demand for that intermediate good at that price P, and then the marginal cost of using intermediate J is just going to be the price that the supplier charges for the intermediate good. The static benefit of entering a match is then just the reduction in production cost, right? The reduction in the cost of production that I get from moving from in-house production to purchasing this input at price P. Because matches are persistent, we have to take into account, or we have the customer take into account the dynamic value of forming a match, which accounts for both price changes of the existing supplier when that supplier gets hit by productivity shock, potential exit of the existing supplier, and rematching with new suppliers if the customer gets in touch with additional ones. Again, we're going to assume that there's no commitment. So whenever this customer gets in contact with another supplier and that other supplier is offering a higher dynamic value, the customer can just switch supplier without any cost. On the other side of the market, we're going to assume that for each intermediate good J, there's a continuum of potential suppliers for that intermediate good. Suppliers are going to be heterogeneous. They're going to differ in their initial customers, which is everybody that they sold to last period, because matches are persistent. And they're going to be heterogeneous in their productivity, which evolves stochastically over time. These suppliers can't commit to prices, and we don't allow for any price discrimination. So that means that suppliers are going to set one price for all of their customers within every period. The suppliers also produce with the Cobb-Douglas technology, but their productivity is potentially different from one, and that's where kind of gains from trade are going to come from. In this model, the suppliers might be more efficient at producing the intermediate than the customer at doing it in-house. Within every period, then the suppliers are going to make a static profit per customers, which is just kind of your common kind of CES profit, right? It's the margin over marginal cost times demand per customers, the YP, and this demand per customers is just the CES demand from the previous slide. In addition to setting the price, the suppliers are also going to choose how many new customers, and we call that N hat, they want to contact every period. We're going to assume that that comes at a cost. And again, we're going to refer to this cost that these firms demand investment in contacting new customers. And we allow this cost to be decreasing in the number of existing suppliers. So you can think of like a word of mouth effect where the more suppliers or the more customers I already have, the easier it is for me to reach new customers because I'm more visible in the market. How many customers the firm has at production, that's the N prime here, then is given by the number of customers N that the firm starts the period with. The supplier is going to contact and hat new customers, and the fraction E of these new customers, these new contacts are actually going to start buying and forming a match. That fraction we're going to call the conversion rate of contacts into matches. And that fraction is going to depend on the price, because the price is all that customers see. These customers might be choosing between multiple suppliers, and they're going to make that choice based on the price for these suppliers. And then at the same time, a fraction of the existing customers, we call that fraction Q, or the quit rate, is going to leave the firm each period. Again, that depends on the price, because those are customers that get contacted by additional suppliers. And again, the customers choose based on the price of the existing and the new contacts, which supplier they want to go with. Importantly, both this conversion rate and the quit rate are going to be the main equilibrium objects that we're going to solve for you. Okay, those are both kind of rates as a function of the price, and they depend on the pricing decisions of all the other firms on the market, and they depend on how many customers all of the other firms on the market actually contact. Yes.
Make this a little bit more concrete for me. So I don't think of this as like a cereal. There's a bunch of cereal in the store, and I'm paying to make like contact you by putting my cereal up front. Is this more like a steel producers supplying to car manufacturers? Can you just like give me some examples of exactly what this represents? Because it seems like this this is not, there's lots of other ways to model search frictions in these things, for instance, and they might have different efficiency properties. So I was just wondering why you chose this one, and what it represents.
So I think the prime example that you can have in mind, and that's also actually how we select the moments that we use to calibrate this in the end, is kind of business to business relationships. Okay, so maybe you're a steel manufacturer, maybe my favorite example, because I have a friend who does exactly that for a living, is medical device manufacturers that, you know, say make X-ray machines, want to sell that to hospitals and need to maintain a sales force that kind of gets them in contact with hospitals, informs these hospitals about the new machine that they have on offer, and then, you know, try to make a sale there. Okay, but so I think the best example you can have in mind here is business to business relationships. There's a lot of evidence that the sales and marketing spending is actually pretty high for business facing businesses. And that's also how we select in the end the moments a little bit that we use to discipline this. Okay. Sorry, I should have.
Sorry, I have a follow-up question because I was thinking about the same thing. But so in this type of business with relationship, things like long-term contracts are not that common. I mean, I thought it would be a lot more common that obviously in like customer to firm relationships.
So I think we're going to focus here on this kind of, you know, period by period pricing.
Yeah, I understand.
Because I want to compare this in the end a little bit to the broader literature on misallocation. That's usually what happens there, and we wanted to make, you know, one deviation at a time. In principle, I think you can use this framework to think about, you know, long-term contracting agreements with like some thoughts on how that would play out, and maybe, you know, we can discuss that offline after. But I think for today it's going to be static, like period by period pricing, but it's mostly so that, you know, when we compare this to the broader literature on misallocation, where that's kind of the norm, everything kind of still stays somewhat comparable there. Okay, but again, like, I mean, you can very easily imagine using a framework like this to think about, you know, different pricing arrangements, which would be meaningful here. Okay.
Lucas, can I ask you a question? Sorry. In your example of the hospital and the machine producer, I'd expect that when they go in and try to find customers, they don't try to visit their past customers already, right? So it's more, would it be more like a directed search type of environment relative to an undirected search like you're writing? And that seems to matter for your welfare computations because of all the overinvestment that you're doing while finding some of your customers. Do you have a sense of how relevant that is?
Okay, so first of all, here firms are only going to pay money to contact new customers, right? So they're not going to burn money on contacting existing customers. They're going to be in contact with them kind of for free. Okay, so if the guy bought an X-ray machine from you already and wants to come back, he knows where to find you. Okay. As for different market arrangements, again, this is the version that we solve. I think this is consistent with a lot of empirical evidence. I would have to think first through whether, you know, an alternative arrangement, directed search, would be consistent with the same fact. Okay. And then we can kind of do a horses. I'm pretty sure that, you know, some of the welfare properties are going to look different if you write down a different model. But again, like, this is one that's consistent with the data on a lot of dimensions, and that's, I think, what we would have to impose on other frameworks as well.
Okay. Sorry, follow up very quickly. I mean, this is a continual agent, so it doesn't matter. You're not going to meet the old ones anyway, but I don't think you have recall in the equations. If someone leaves because the price is too high, there's no state variable that tells me this is an old customer who can come back for free.
No, sorry.
So that's not true.
Sorry,
Just to be clear, because that's a lot harder.
Anyone who leaves to buy somewhere else is no longer in contact with you.
Then you could meet him again, as you always say. You could meet him again or her again.
Yes.
But the probability is zero.
Exactly. But the moment they stop kind of the relationship and start buying somewhere else, they lose the contact, and you have to pay money to maintain the contact again. Okay. Good. Now that we got the first set of questions out of the way, what does this framework buy us? It buys us that, you know, consistent with the data, we can get variation in demand across firms, both at the intensive margin in terms of sales per customers, that's kind of the CS demand Y, and at the extensive margin, because the number of customers here is endogenous and it responds to the price that these firms charge, because again, customers trade off different suppliers based on prices. We're going to make the assumption that these cost of contacting customers in the market is constant returns to scale in new contacts and existing relationships. And when we make that assumption, we can kind of rewrite the problem in terms of a contact intensity, new contacts per existing customers, and kind of a growth rate of the customer base. And when we do that, the entire problem becomes linear in the number of customers, and firms choose a price and this contact intensity simply to maximize the value per customer, which takes into account the cost of contacting new customers, you know, the growth rate of the customer base, and then the value of each customer relationship, which is the static profit pi that the firm makes from any given customer within the period, and then the continuation value because these relationships are persistent. Now, importantly, because the problem is linear in the number of customers, the optimal price and the contact intensity are going to be independent of the number of customers that the firm has. And that allows us to match a feature of the data, which seems to suggest that firms do not systematically vary their price as their number of customers changes. Okay? And importantly, in this framework, that's the case. We get that as an optimal choice, even though firms could move the number of customers that they have by varying their price. Okay? So prices, as in the data, being uncorrelated with the number of existing customers is not because we constrain them to be, it's because the firms optimally choose not to kind of let the price respond to the number of customers. The pricing decision of the firm here is going to be dynamic. The firm trades off that a higher price today increases static profits over the existing customers against the fact that whenever the firm increases the price, it's going to convert fewer contacts into matches, and it's going to lose a larger fraction of the existing customers. So it's going to have fewer customers in the end because these customers, again, choose who they want to buy from based on prices. The firm takes it into account because every customer relationship is valuable for the future profit that this relationship would generate. Okay, so a big concern for a big part of the pricing decision here is the concern for keeping customers away from competitors, maintaining the customer base of the firm. The optimal contact intensity then kind of solves a standard problem, which is just equating the marginal cost of the additional contact to the value of that contact, which is the value of the customer relationships that come from it, times the fraction of contacts that actually get converted into relationships. And then kind of all of these customer growth terms, which are in blue, I don't know if that's visible. All of these customer growth terms in blue, that's really where competition with other firms enters this problem, because these customer growth terms are going to depend on the pricing decisions and how many customers all the other firms contact. To close this model, I have to say a couple of words about matching. We're going to assume that suppliers are going to contact customers at random. And that means that the number of customers that the number of contacts that each customer has is a random variable that's distributed according to a Poisson distribution with a mean that's equal to the average number of contacts in the economy. And then customers, among all of the contacts that they have and their existing suppliers, they're going to choose which supplier they want to go with from here on, and they're going to choose the one that delivers the highest dynamic value. Now, what does it mean for firms' price posting decisions? That means that when firms are posting the price, essentially they have to form expectations about who their competitors are, because that's a random variable. Okay? So they're going to try to figure out how many other contacts each customer that I'm going to contact have, and what are the prices that these other contacts can offer. And then I'm going to set a price that ideally makes me just the best option that these customers have, right? I just want to be better than the next best option. So you can think of this a little bit like limit pricing and endogenous growth, but here it's limit pricing in expectation, because who your competitors are is not kind of given, it's a random variable. Okay.
So this is just a clarification. So for a firm to generate new customers, they have one option is to lower your prices, and then they can also put other investments into doing it.
Yeah.
Or what's the trade-off there?
Okay, so you can see here, right? The number of customers that you have at production depends on three things. Your existing customers, you can't do anything about that at the beginning of this period. What you can do is you contact more new customers. That's the n hat going up. You pay a cost per contact, and that increases your matches. And the other one is you can reduce your prices, which for given contacts and giving existing customers gives you more customers, because more of them are going to choose to actually buy from you if they have alternative options at the same time. Okay, so it's like the two things that you can do to get more customers is increase the number of contacts that you have, or lower your price, which increases the fraction of contacts that actually start buying from you. Okay. Those are the two options that you have. Okay, so again, like the pricing problem here looks a lot like kind of this limit pricing, but again, in expectation, because who am I facing as a competitor for any given customer is not a certainty, it's a random variable that depends on this matching process. I mentioned this before, we're going to solve for Bayesian equilibrium, where prices today signal something about future prices. Okay, this just means that customers are assessing the value of each supplier relationship based on the current price. We're also going to focus on separating equilibria where prices are decreasing in productivity, again, mostly to align with the rest of the literature where that is usually a feature. And then we can show that all equilibria in that class have to satisfy 4 properties, which includes that there's a reservation price above which customers prefer to rather produce in-house than purchasing from the supplier, so exerting the outside option. It's also going to be the case that the dynamic value is going to be increasing in the productivity of the supplier. So supplier to supplier relationships here are going to, transitions are going to be fully efficient. Okay? Customers are always going to choose to buy from whoever has the highest productivity. And then we can show that the pricing function equilibrium satisfies some other properties that makes it well behave and helps with the solution. Before I go to the quantification, let me talk for 1 minute about kind of how markups are determined here. What are the forces that kind of determine firms' markups? Because I think that builds kind of the right intuition for what's going on in this model. Okay. Now, if firms would have no concern for the extensive margin, if firms would just take their customer base as given, okay, this problem would boil down to monopolistic competition with the CES demand. Okay? And then all the firms would just charge a constant markup over marginal cost. Markups in equilibrium are going to differ from that for 2 reasons. The first is these customers have an outside option. So even if any given customer is only in contact with one supplier, that supplier still has to worry that the customer can go and do stuff themselves. Okay? That's just kind of the reservation price kicking in. That reservation price is binding for the least productive firms. And you can kind of see on the left of this graph for kind of the firms with the lowest productivity in the market, these firms are actually willing to charge a markup below 1. So they're willing to make a static loss to maintain their customer relationships because the productivity might increase. Then, this red line is what would happen here if, again, the only thing these customers could do is in-house production. In equilibrium, markups are going to differ from that for a second reason, which is the demand investment itself. That demand investment allows customers to have multiple contacts at the same time. And because they choose among these contacts, firms take into account that whenever they increase their price, they're going to lose some customers to their competitors. That's not really a concern in the right tail of the productivity distribution because those firms, for any given customer, are very, very likely to make the best offer. So these firms in the right tail of the productivity distribution, they're just going to price against the intensive margin of demand, and they're just going to kind of set the CES markup. Okay. Where these extensive margin concerns, the concerns for maintaining my customer base really kicks in is where productivity distribution is very dense, because that means there's a lot of firms close by that make very similar offers. And if there are a lot of firms close by that make very similar offers, then whenever I slightly increase my price, there's a good chance that now there's some additional context that the customer prefers, and then I'm going to lose the customer more quickly. Okay, so the level of markups here, and that's kind of related to Guido's recent work, is to a large degree determined by how close the firms are in the productivity distribution. Again, in line with this limit pricing, the markup that I can charge it depends on the distance of my productivity versus the next best competitor. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to follow up on the previous question. So a firm who wants to generate more customers has this trade-off. Well, they have a choice. They can either divert resources to going out and getting more customers, or they can lower their prices. Can you say something a little bit about that trade-off and what determines why you would choose one over the other? What are the features that determine which of those matters?
You choose one over the other. Like the customer relationships that come out of these, you value the same, right? A customer is a customer, irrespective of whether I got them, from a higher conversion rate or from more contacts.
Yep.
Okay. The difference is the marginal cost.
Yep.
The marginal cost is if I reduce my price, I'm losing profits over all of my existing customers. Mm-hmm. And if I increase the number of contacts, I have a higher cost of contacting, right? So the creating contacts comes at a cost. And if I want to create more contacts, I have to pay a higher cost. So what the firm equates here is the marginal cost of creating the additional contact towards against the marginal cost of reducing your price and losing profits over your existing.
So which types of firms then would prefer one over the other?
So the important thing is it's not really one versus the other, because those two things also interact with each other, right? Because how many contacts I convert into matches actually depends on the prices that I charge. So there's some complementarity here, where the more customers I'm going to contact, the larger is my incentive to actually reduce my price, because if I have more contacts, then the incentive to convert more of them is going up. So it's really not like I do the one versus the other, but it's a little bit like I'm trying to do both at the same time. Some people. Yes.
I'll follow up to Greg, and it says, it would have helped me on that last slide if you'd done another version of this, where instead of showing the markup, you show the optimal S function, the trying to find contact rate function, because I don't have a great intuition as to whether you'd sort of search more at a place where there's very dense competition between Z rather than changing the Ps, or it seems like maybe you would.
So I'm going to show you the optimal contact policy, when I compare that to the planner, and it's strictly increasing. And again, it depends a lot on what you do with the price, right? So the optimal contact intensity kind of increases more where the number of customers that you actually convert into matches is increasing the most. And that's kind of also where the distribution is dense, because then if you kind of increase your productivity a little bit, you're going to be able to jump a lot more competitors. That makes contacting more efficient. Okay, but so the overall it's strictly increasing productivity, and again, because the value of a match is increasing in productivity, and because you're going to convert a larger fraction of contacts into matches if your productivity is higher. Okay. Yes.
So very quick, maybe you already said that. Just to clarify, the cost of adding customer is a sunk cost.
Yeah.
The pricing is not quite sunk. I mean, you have to give a value, so you have to keep pricing lower. And to the high productive firms, the sunk cost doesn't matter what the productivity is. For the price, it matters, because if you price lower, you have to produce more, and then TFP kicks in. So there are many layers of differences. I suspect the second one is the one that really matters. The complementarity between your productivity and the price that doesn't exist. So you could imagine that the cost of adding customers does depend on your productivity, because you can pay better, and then it would blur the difference a little bit more.
So production is constant returns to scale. So your marginal costs are not going to change with how many customers you serve. What's the cost of lowering the price is really your foregoing margin over your existing customers. Okay. You could make the cost of contacting additional customers also a function of productivity. We haven't done that in the current calibration. We'd have to think through how we would identify that. But again, I think the property would be the same. If you make it decreasing in your productivity, right, then you would still get that the number of contacts is increasing in the productivity of the firm.
This doesn't change because cost return to scale, but still the level of the cost depends on Z. And then you multiply by quantity that depends on P. So there's still a complementarity there, right? So they're not separable, just to be clear.
Yes, we could make the cost of contacting customers a function of productivity. If the cost of contacting is decreasing in productivity, then you would get the same qualitative properties. Quantitatively, we would have to kind of identify it. Okay, let me be brief on the calibration strategy. I just want to mention kind of three broad things. The first is from the previous graph. You might have already guessed that markups in this model are going to be closely linked to dispersion and productivity, right? Because that determines, how close these firms are together, how hard they have to compete. Okay, so the productivity process here is really kind of the pure competitive advantage of these firms that's going to be linked to the markups. Okay. We have to pin down this elasticity of substitution of demand at the intensive margin. It's going to be an important object for results, and we're going to pin that down by matching evidence on how much sales variation comes from the intensive versus the extensive margin. Okay, I'm going to come back to that. And finally, we have to pin down this cost of contacting customers. And again, we could, add an additional parameters where this depends on Z. And we pin that down by matching information on sales concentration and customer turnover, because again, sales are going to be mostly driven by the number of customers, and that's governed by this contact technology.
Is there churn in the model? Is
Yes.
it like the customers are dying off and new ones are being born? Not
No,
churn of, I don't want to say
We don't get exogenous churn. We get endogenous churn, because some of your customers, you're going to get hit by productivity shifts, and some of your customers are going to quit.
But I was just wondering, does the misallocation, if there was new people being born, are we fighting over new people, or are we fighting over existing, matches? And I didn't know if the misallocation would change if it was all the new people.
There's going to be a mass of unmatched customers here that mostly comes from the fact that the suppliers themselves exit, because they might get a very bad productivity shock, and then these customers become unmatched. So we're not just purely fighting over existing matches. There's a pool of unmatched, and that depends also on this demand investment. But some of the matches that you're going to form come from your competitors. You're not just purely bringing in new customers.
And this is just an institution of this business to business. How much of it is we're stealing each other prior matches versus new matches coming in? And I think this is some of the other questions around. I thought like discounting was also very important in trying to, I'm going to offer a new price temporary in order for you to come. And should I be ignoring that in some of this, in this discussion?
So again, we could think of like, this is a little bit Gianluca's question as well. We could think of different contracting schemes here. Again, the framework allows you to do that. For comparison, mostly we choose not to do that for now. We are consistent with, it's hard to get direct evidence on this business stealing. There are some case studies on, if I increase the sales and marketing spending, do I grow my share of the pie or do I grow the pie? For certain industries, you can do that. And those case studies seem to suggest that there's a lot of business stealing, something between like, 70 to 100%, depending a little bit on where you look. We're kind of in that range more towards the lower end quantitatively. But again, this is like case studies. I haven't seen evidence like at the at the macro scale for that. Okay. I'm just going to say here that the model is able to match all of the moments that we ask it to match. The one that I want to point out here is the last one in orange, which is the elasticity of markups with respect to revenue. That's going to determine how much markup dispersion there is in this model. And the thing that I want to point out here is that we kind of try to hit the same target that the rest of the literature tries to hit. Okay, so whenever I tell you something about we find something different from the literature, it's not because we look at different data, it's because we look at the same data through the lens of a different model. The model is able to match a number of moments that we don't use directly in the calibration. We kind of calibrate the elasticity of substitution to match the intensive versus extensive margin sales variation. We're also broadly consistent with direct estimates of that elasticity of substitution. We can get, as in the data, that most of the covariation between markups and size is covariation between sales per customer, not the number of customers. That's because the number of customers here is a backward-looking variable that also depends on past productivity, past markups. And then this is kind of important for welfare. What's going to matter for welfare is to a large degree, what is the customer surplus in these customer-supplier relationships. And there's a direct estimate for that for business-to-business relationship. Ariel has a nice paper together with co-authors where they estimate kind of the fraction of spending in customer-supplier relationships that's customer surplus. Okay. If we run their experiment in our model, we get pretty much the same number. Okay, so when I talk about welfare, keep in mind that this model generates a realistic degree of customer surplus together with, based on case studies, realistic degree of business stealing as well. Okay, let me start talking about some results. So again, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to solve the problem of a planner, and we're going to give the planner the same search frictions and technologies, but the planner is allowed to make choices for all of the agents in the economy. When we compare the solution of the planner to the equilibrium, we find that the equilibrium is inefficient for 3 reasons. First, there's an aggregate markup here that drives the wedge into the factor supply equations. So there's standard cost of the aggregate markup. Second, there's dispersion in markups. This dispersion in markups distorts relative prices across different suppliers that any given customer is matched with. So you get kind of the standard kind of cost of markup dispersion that's going to show up here as misallocation at the intensive margin. And then we also got misallocation of customers at the extensive margin. That's because the planner values contracts differently than the suppliers do in equilibrium. To understand that last point, let me talk very briefly about the optimality conditions of that planner. Okay, when deciding how many customers to contact, at the top you have the first order condition with respect to for the contact intensity of the planner. As the equilibrium, the planner trades off the marginal cost of the additional contact against the value of that contact. The first term is, again, the value of that specific match that is formed times the probability of translating a contact into a match. So this E times W is exactly what shows up in the supplier's optimality condition. The planner has an additional term, which is labeled here static business stealing. Why does that show up? Because the planner takes into account that whenever it creates contacts and transforms these contacts into matches, he's going to destroy some matches for other firms. He's going to poach out of existing relationships, and some customers that are in contact with multiple suppliers, they choose this firm, but the other contacts kind of become worthless. Okay.
I mean, we know that if you had these new agents like Eric was mentioning, that will go the other way. So you're creating new matches. Not only you're poaching people, you're also giving opportunities to new firms.
Yes.
So that, so you're basically killing. So now here that matters. So you're killing that channel. Usually in wholesales they balance.
Exactly. So
So here you're kind of doing half of wholesale, so it cannot ever hold in a sense.
I think we're doing the whole of wholesales. Give me 1 minute to be clear. Okay. So there's a static business externality because for every contact that I create today, I'm crowding out some matches today. There's a dynamic externality as well because matches today are the initial condition for matches tomorrow. So whenever I create new matches today, I'm kind of affecting the matching process down the road. Then there's all of these three things, I agree with you, are negative externalities. The planner would kind of choose less demand investment. There's one offsetting force, which is kind of the customer surplus that the planner takes into account. Okay, so the supplier in equilibrium doesn't internalize the full surplus of the match because there's strictly positive customer surplus. The planner takes their surplus into account, and that would be kind of the offsetting force. So it's not ex ante clear that this has to lead to overinvestment in demand. It's a quantitative horse race between these two forces. Okay, just here, unlike Hosius, they don't offset exactly on a knife edge. Okay, that's kind of the difference here.
Right, but quantitatively, the new firms would be the ones to have the big surplus. So in the efficient allocation, I think the surplus would be small because you're like already putting people in high surplus relation. There's no extra surplus. There's surplus from being poached, right? Mostly.
This is also surplus. This is not just surplus from being poached. This is just the surplus.
I mean, there are some people who are separated because the firm closes, right? So that would be the ones we're thinking about. So,
yeah,
you know, this effort should help really the startups, the ones who don't have anybody.
No, but you get an increase in surplus, and the planner values that increase in surplus because if I'm moving a customer from the least productive to the most productive.
No, I understand. I'm just saying that's less than moving it from having nobody to somebody, okay? Because if you're unmatched, it's, you know, your baseline is very low. So that's what I'm saying. Quantitatively, but it pushes in that direction. Shut up.
No poaching, that externality would be smaller. We do, I think, in the data see transitions from one supplier to another. So I don't think that we have this feature of poaching is, you know, inconsistent with the data. We can have kind of a, you know, more of a discussion of quantitatively how much all of these margins matter exactly, but I don't think this is kind of inconsistent with what we see in the data. So yeah, again, the offsetting force to all of these business externalities is going to be kind of the private benefit that the planner takes into account both for the customers and the suppliers. How does this play out quantitatively? If we allow the planner to fix all of the distortions at the same time, the planner can increase aggregate welfare by 5% in terms of consumption, taking into account transitional dynamics. 2 percentage points are going to come from fixing the aggregate markup and increasing factor supply. Another 2 percentage points come from shutting down dispersion and markups, which fixes this distortions to relative prices, and that shows up as an increase in TFP. And then in addition, 1 additional percentage point comes from fixing this extensive margin misallocation from kind of choosing efficient demand investment. What the planner would like to do is decrease demand investment compared to the equilibrium by 37%. The planner is willing to do that even though that decreases TFP because the planner takes into account that there's some kind of some cost or some real cost attached to creating these matches in the first place. So the planner is willing to have lower TFP because it's too costly to maintain higher TFP. Okay. The first column is exactly what you get if you remove the aggregate markup in an RBC model. So I'm not going to talk about that more. The last 2 columns are a little bit different in this framework, so I'm going to talk about those in more detail.
Lucas,
yeah.
Sorry, just related to this previous question, one thing that maybe I missed was how are we identifying the average of the marginal cost of the existing producers versus the outside option?
From the elasticity of markups with respect to size, because how high, you know, how quickly these markups increase depends on how many of the suppliers are bunched against the outside option. Okay, so the first thing I want to talk about is kind of how, you know, this misallocation from dispersion markups plays out.
Sorry, can I just understand? So now you showed us the decentralized, the planner, and now we want to talk about getting rid of some of these distortions.
Exactly.
So what are the instruments that allow the planner to do that?
So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you, you know, the drivers behind these 2 columns, and then I'm going to consider the flat. I'm going to try to fix the average distortion. I'm going to give firms the planner a flat subsidy to increase production, offset the aggregate markup, and I'm going to give the planner a flat tax to offset this overinvestment and demand. And that's kind of the policy instrument I'm going to consider. But first, I want to kind of zoom into what's driving these two columns. Okay, again, the first thing that I want to mention is, you know, what's determining how costly dispersion and markups is in this economy. How costly any given distribution of markups is depends on how much we respond to these distortions to relative prices. That's governed by the intensive margin elasticity of substitution. Now, in usual kind of models with imperfect competition, you would use that elasticity to generate the aggregate markup in the first place because market power rises from product differentiation. So the parameter that determines how costly markup dispersion is directly tied to the markup in the data. That's not the case for us here because markups arise predominantly because there are these search frictions, because customers can't access all suppliers. So we have this elasticity kind of as a free parameter to match how much sales variation there is at the intensive margin. Okay, and that gives us a relatively low number for that sigma. Okay, and if we compare the relatively low number for that sigma that we have to what we would get if we take the same distribution of markups, feed it through the same CES aggregator, but choose an elasticity that is consistent with the aggregate markup, you get that the cost of misallocation increases roughly by a factor of 3. Okay, so you get 3 times more misallocation from the same markup data if you would choose that elasticity to match the markup, not to kind of match this intensive margin sales variation. Then, kind of talking a little bit about the demand investment, again, on aggregate, the planner would like to cut demand investment by 37%. That's because on aggregate, the business dealing externality dominates this customer surplus. Again, the two forces, we've talked about this, roughly consistent with what we see in the data. Okay. Even though the planner would like to cut demand investment on aggregate by 37%, that's not true for all of the firms. So what we're plotting here is in black, the equilibrium kind of contact intensity, the equilibrium cost of contacting customers. And in red is what the planner would like to choose. You see that for the most productive firms, the planner would actually like to increase the number of customers that they contact. And the reason is that these business dealing externalities, they fade out at some point. The most productive and the second most productive firm essentially poach the same set of customers. But as productivity keeps increasing in the tail, the customer surplus keeps growing. So at some point, the customer surplus is kind of bigger than the business dealing externality. And the planner would like the most productive firms to contact more customers. Now, coming to the policy, again, what we're going to do here is we're going to use a flat tax on demand investment and a flat production subsidy. So these tools are kind of geared at targeting the aggregate markup and the average kind of overinvestment in demand. We're not doing anything kind of to implement the full planner solution. Okay. If we kind of, we choose these two tools and then we optimize over the optimal rate at which the planner would like to set these two tools, we can do that for each tool separately, and then we can do that for both tools jointly. And what you find is that once you introduce both tools jointly, the optimal tax on demand investment increases substantially, and the optimal production subsidy also increases. And the reason is that these two distortions kind of interact with each other. If I'm kind of subsidizing production to offset the aggregate markup, what I'm essentially doing is I'm making customer relationships more valuable. And so the firms are going to increase the already too high investment in demand even further. You're going to get an increase in demand investment if you just have the production subsidy. On the other hand, if I set a tax on demand investment, yes, I can reduce that demand investment. But firms trying to poach each other's customers was what made this market competitive in the first place, right? I'm setting lower markups simply because I'm afraid that somebody else is going to come and try to steal my customers. So if I tax demand investment, we have less of that. The market becomes less competitive, markups go up, and the distortions from markups get worse. Okay. If you have both tools at the same time, you can kind of offset these additional distortions as well, and then you can be kind of more aggressive on both margins. On the flip side, if you're just trying to fix one margin of distortion in isolation, we're actually going to cause the other margin to be worse. Okay? That's it for optimal policy. Let me use kind of the last 3-4 minutes to talk a little bit on the positive implications that this model has for kind of aggregate trends. We do see in the data that notions of this demand investment have increased over time. How much depends a little bit on which measure you use exactly, but all of the measures that we have seen kind of all point towards an increase over time. At the same time, we've seen an increase in sales concentration in the US as well. Now, in the model, we can rationalize both of these trends at the same time through an improvement in the technology with which firms contact customers. And to get the increase in demand investment to go up by, to get the demand investment to go up by 15%, which is kind of the lower bound of the range that we find in the data, we need the average cost of contacting customers to fall by roughly 31%. Okay, so think of this as kind of the benefit of an improvement in communication technology, the internet, and so on, that makes it easier for customers and suppliers to get in touch with each other. Now, importantly, we get this increase in sales concentration without increasing the aggregate markup. So in this model, unlike other models of imperfect competition, market concentration is not going 1-for-1 with the degree of competition in the economy. Okay? And the reason why the aggregate markup is not going up is that there are two offsetting forces here. On the one hand, as demand investment goes up, we're reallocating customers towards the more productive firms with the higher markups. There's a positive reallocation effect. But at the same time, because demand investment goes up, all the firms are more worried about getting their customers poached. So for any given firm, the optimal markup actually goes down. So within firm, markups are decreasing. Qualitatively, those two forces are in line with what we see in the data. Quantitatively, for our calibration, they almost exactly offset each other, and we don't see the aggregate markup move much. That doesn't mean that this framework is inconsistent with an increase in aggregate markups over time. We just need a different margin to get that. One margin that would get to that very naturally is kind of an increase in dispersion in firms' productivity. That could create an increase in the aggregate markup of this economy. And then finally, and this is the last result that I want to show you, is we talk about this investment in demand, so we can also kind of use this framework to think a little bit about the intangible capital value that these customer relationships have for the firm. Customers are intangible capital here because they are persistent and making future profits from these relationships, so they kind of increase the value of the firm. We do get this increase in demand investment, and we do get that if we kind of the way we would usually measure intangible capital in the data is we would kind of capitalize this investment. And if we do that, we get an increase in capitalized intangible capital that is in line with the data. In the model, we can compare that to the true underlying value of these relationships, right? Because the model, remember, each firm has a value per customer, and that's kind of the true value. And we find that that value is going down for the average firm. And the reason is that even though I increase my demand investment, I am having more customer relationships, so my intangible value should be going up. If all of you start contacting customers more, if your demand investment goes up, you're more likely to poach my customers. And that's essentially increasing the depreciation rate of customers, the quit rate, endogenously. And because of this increase in the depreciation rate, the actual true intangible value of these customer relationships can go down, even though capitalized spending is going up. Now, importantly, and that's kind of the right graph here, that's not happening in the same way for all of the firms. If the cost of contacting customers goes down, the most productive firms do more poaching, the least productive firms get their customers poached, so firm values kind of fan out, again in line with what we've seen going on in the data. I have like 5 seconds left, so let me just show you the conclusion. Again, we've written down a quantitative theory of demand investment and competition for customers that's consistent with a lot of facts in the data. We've used this to think about the welfare cost of imperfect competition, and it can also explain some aggregate patterns that we've seen over time. So thanks a lot for all the comments and questions.
We put back 10 minutes. Yep. We put back that slide.
We can.
So my one comment is just a small. I think having some of that entry and exit, just to the content. About 30 seconds.
There's a clicker.
Okay.
Okay, Jeremy. the floor
All
is
right.
yours.
All right.
Very different topic
Great.
right now.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to shock you all. Well, first off, thanks for having our paper on the program. I'm excited to expand on this discussion of customer capital, the role, we call it the role of demand, customer capital. As Lucas said, these words are somewhat interchangeable in our environment. So just to start the motivation, which I think Lucas presented a general motivation that I think is very similar to ours, is that there's been a rising interest in the macro implications of market power and of concentration. And the majority of these papers, if they think about dynamics at all, tend to link firm heterogeneity to productivity. Now, that productivity story, which is a very rich story in firm dynamics, is a little bit inconsistent with in terms of how much are individuals spending, how much are firms spending on R&D, which is the classic link to changes in productivity, versus how much they spend on marketing. So this is using publicly available firm level data, and we note that was noted by Heem Osterman Sufi that marketing expenditure is actually more at the firm level than R&D expenditure. And so the thing that we want to add to this environment that I think is a little bit different from the previous paper is to think about this in a market where firms are large, where firms internalize their impact on the entire market. So we want to think here about the dynamic sorting between productivity and customer base in this granular environment where firms are large. And then what we want to ask is this marketing investment decision, how does it relate to concentration and aggregate TFP? Okay, so just with the roadmap today, the empirical facts, first off, is what we're going to start with and go through them relatively quickly to motivate the main ingredients of the model. So the empirical facts are consistent with what we've been discussing, is that markets are very concentrated, right? So if you look in publicly traded firms or amongst specific industries like consumer packaged goods, you see just a few firms dominate these markets. The other component that we add to this is this persistence of customer capital. Firms that invested in customer capital in the past invest more in the future, and this is a really persistent object. So it's a state variable that matters for firms, and we want to think about this in the theory that way. So in the theory, we want to think about this dynamic marketing investment decision that firms have. So if we think about firms investing in their future of what do they want to have from their future consumers, this relates a lot to the innovation literature, right? Where you have a few firms and they're investing in R&D, and the gaps between firms is what generates this persistent concentration. So this granularity, what it generates, and this has been kind of noted in previous works but not stressed, is it generates this endogenously persistent concentration. So firms that have high customer base continue to invest in their customer base, and the stationary distribution is going to not be at an unconcentrated economy, it'll be at a concentrated economy. And this generates this term that we call a legacy effect, which is essentially that unproductive firms can maintain firm size just through their marketing decisions. So just to give a little bit more detail there, firms can have positive productivity shocks and be a very productive firm, and that firm wants to then invest in demand because of the complementarity between productivity and demand. This firm, just to take a simple example, Kodak is a very dominant firm in film. In the 1990s, they're investing huge amounts in sales and marketing, even though by that point they were relatively unproductive and that they hadn't adopted the digital camera revolution. But they can still maintain size for an extended period of time, and that's going to slow the transition towards a more productive economy. If you think about our standard firm dynamics models, the most productive firm will immediately capture market share, and that won't happen here. And that's this legacy effect of the past that continues to affect the future through firms' incentives in marketing. We show this in a two-firm case, and then we develop an algorithm to deal with this intractability if we extend to a realistic number of firms, because this is a quantitative paper after all, so we want to be able to match the data to be able to speak to these forces. So quantitatively, we want to ask, what is the role of this endogenous persistence and these distortions? So in terms of this legacy effect, which is really just the fact that firms that are relatively large market more, which comes from their variable markups, is that there's a 5% TFP loss to that effect. So if a planner could just shut down the relative size effect of larger firms wanting to market more, there would be a 5% TFP gain by shutting down that effect. When we think about kind of qualitatively, one of the main messages here is that a bigger firm is not necessarily a better firm, and efficiency really requires separating these forces. So you can see in the data there are many large firms that are not productive in the traditional sense, right? They don't necessarily have high revenue per worker or high TFP. Often to correct this kind of markups and concentration story, the classic correction is this size-based policy, which does output subsidies. And Lucas talked a little bit about these subsidies. But these subsidies, if they're really extreme, can actually worsen this misallocation because it generates this, again, desire for these firms to kind of entrench themselves in these leadership positions. So that's the roadmap. And I'm just going to go through the literature here. And first, just we're speaking to a growing literature on demand-side heterogeneity of firms. And that plays an important role in the firm size distribution. We connect that to the firm dynamics and innovation literature, which has taught us a lot of stories about how endogenous productivity moves around, and also the role of frictions in the fact that the most productive firms are not necessarily at the size that should match their productivity. And so we're going to use both tools from that literature as well as speaking to some of the friction stories where there's an endogenous one that comes from this marketing. Finally, the market power and aggregate implications literature, we kind of think about a little bit when we talk to like the static block of this model, that people have thought about this a lot in static settings, and we're connecting it to this demand investment using the firm dynamics framework. Okay, so I'm going to start off just briefly going through the data here, and then to speak to the 3 facts that I'm going to want to use to motivate the model. And so first off, we're starting with capitalizing marketing expenditure into customer capital. So we want to build a measure. As I kind of previewed there, firms have a productivity and they also have a customer base. And the productivity story is relatively straightforward, whereas the customer capital measure is relatively new. So again, from this He, Mosterman, and Soufi paper, we measure customer capital in this perpetual inventory method where marketing is capitalized into the customer capital. And we take a depreciation rate of 15. Our qualitative results are very robust to different depreciation rates. And then with CompuStat, we can also speak to firms' revenue, their employment, their cost of goods sold, and their capital. And so what we can then do is link this story about firms' productivity and their customer capital. And they have these 2 objects. And we're going to look at 15 years of data there. So just to start us off on these 3 facts. So first off, when we take this customer capital object, we see that that's actually tracks market share more than productivity does. So if we just take the correlation between revenue per worker and revenue, we get about 0.5, 0.6. If we take the correlation between customer capital and firm size, it's much larger. Also, customer capital is more persistent than productivity. If you just look at an AR1, you'll see that it's a more stable object at the firm level. And this is also true if we think about marketing, just if we take the flow rate of marketing, that's also going to predict future productivity, and it's also more persistent, for instance, than CapEx investment. And then finally, we see about 5 effective competitors per market. This is true in CompuStat. It's also true if you look at consumer packaged goods, where we don't need to restrict on publicly traded firms. Overall, these 3 motivating facts are really to suggest the main ingredients of our model, which is we want a model where firms have these 2 state variables, their productivity and their customer capital. These both have this persistence that we want to think about, and firms endogenously invest in marketing. And then there's this granular environment where firms are large relative to the market. So in the model, we're going to have a representative household that spends on a measure 1 of industries. So here we're going to think about a discrete time model, quasi-linear utility and labor. We're going to have a Cobb-Douglas aggregation of consumption across different industries, and households earn income from both labor and the representative portfolio. we're going to zoom in on within industry dynamics. So given this structure, the rest of the model for illustration purposes is just going to focus on one industry because each industry is going to have a fixed expenditure. And then for all our welfare calculations, they're linearly additive across industries. So the model is block recursive from the industries to the aggregate. And now for the rest of the model discussion, we're going to zoom on to a single industry. Okay, so now we want to think about the demand side and the supply side within an industry. So we have CES demand in an industry that the representative household is going to look across the different firms in the industry, and they're going to have a different appeal term that is indexed, but the firm that is indexed for firm I at BIT. That appeal term is going to shift the individual consumer to be more likely to purchase from firm I in that market. Now we do a normalization here that is also consistent with Joachim and Lucas's paper. That is, we put in the denominator the total amount of appeal, essentially, so that there is this kind of zero-sum element of marketing. And really the goal of this normalization is to really map this marketing expenditure as much into our beloved CES structure as possible. Yeah, exactly. So this is a question for a question for the welfare calculations, but actually the structure, everything else follows through the same. And use the microphone. That's right.
For implications will be very different, right?
That's correct. In fact, the structure of the model would be the exact same. The welfare implications.
But they're identical in terms of observables.
Yeah.
You divide or not. So.
Yeah, that's right. So I think in terms of baseline, we want to start with the marketing just being allocative across firms, and we don't think about marketing in the utility. If we want to think about marketing and utility, we can revisit all our quantitative results and start to ask questions about that. We can even ask, I mean, in our welfare results, we're going to split out like effects on productivity and effects on welfare, where productivity we think of as kind of cost productivity, right? So in that case, we can kind of go into those numbers later to think about the difference in that assumption. So yeah, to Ariel's point, this is just allocative across firms, and so we're still going to care about the correlation between B and A, but we don't care about the aggregate B. So now we have these oligopolistic firms. They're going to have linear production, so they have this productivity A, and then they're going to invest in customer capital. It's going to look very similar to our innovation models, where they have this convex cost of investment. When we think about the dynamics, both of these objects are going to evolve. So the customer capital is going to evolve where the next period there's going to be some exogenous decay rate, which is kind of individuals forgetting essentially, or individuals meeting other firms, or all these other things. And then there's this endogenous component, this eta, that the firm can invest in. And then both productivity and customer capital are going to have these Gaussian shocks that are going to move them around. So the key endogenous investment decision is this eta. So now we just want to think first about the static equilibrium, and then we're going to move to the dynamic. So in the static equilibrium, if you just solve this out simply, the firm's profits only depend on this single composite productivity, which is the sum of their cost productivity and their customer capital. And in that world, their market share takes this form. And the key thing to note is that their profits are going to be convex in the market share, which comes from this oligopolistic structure that some people in this room know about. But the key thing is that A and B map differently onto real consumption and differently onto the aggregate cost. So the A term is just purely productive in the sense that more A to a first order to any firm has a positive welfare implication. The B object, this customer capital object, is this reallocative force, right? It's going to move individuals across different firms. And thus you're going to have these firms like the Kodak story from the 90s that have very high B, but within that industry may not have a very high A. So now going to focus on the firm's dynamic investment decision. So all these firms are optimizing by choosing a marketing rate, AIDA, that's going to take into account all of their competitors' strategies. So given the vector of A and vector of B, they're going to then choose this investment strategy subject to the decisions of all the other firms and subject to the evolution of their value function in expectation with the shocks. This is a complicated object because it's a fixed point on a functional space, and so there are going to be problems of tractability here when we think about a realistic number of firms in this oligopolistic setting. So what we're going to do with this, we're going to do two things to deal with this intractability. First off, I'm going to discuss just from the economic insights that we can get from just a simple case. And that simple case is just going to be two firms. And we're going to get some rich insights that I think are going to carry forward into our quantitative analysis. And then we're going to develop a relatively tractable algorithm that allows us to compute the equilibrium with I firms as we take this to the data. Okay, so now I'm going to start off with our two-firm case and get back to this discussion on persistent dispersion. So just to simplify things, and again, we can generalize this, but I think this helps get across the intuition. Assume that we have two firms and that they have the same exogenous decay rate on their productivity and on their customer capital. So now with these two firms and given this market structure, the entire state just collapses to the gap in the composite productivity between the two firms. Now we are going to present a lemma that says if you have, if the cost of investing in marketing is greater than the exogenous decay, we're going to get this equal share state being unstable. So coming back to the earlier point, the stationary distribution is going to peak at a positive zeta, which you can see here. We present two different marketing costs. So low kappa is a low marketing cost, and high kappa is a high marketing cost. What you see on the left panel is the incentives for the leading firm, or firm, what we call firm one, this is the left panel. The leading firm to invest in relative to the following firm is actually increasing in their gap from this red line when the marketing cost is low. When the marketing cost is high, their customer capital is decaying at such a rate that actually it returns back towards this kind of equal share being the max in the stationary distribution. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you just give some? I'm just confused about what the units are of this marketing cost.
Yeah. So. Keep going. They're working on some of the feedback that's coming through the microphone. Just keep talking. Yeah, AIDA. What's the units of AIDA? Yeah, AIDA. But B doesn't have units either. So AIDA is an innovation to B. And what are the units of B? But if it's unit free, the lemma had it comparing to something that had a unit. Rho has units, it's a number. Yeah. So my question is the right-hand side of that condition is definitely unit free, 1 minus 4B, or 1 minus 5. The left-hand side is depend on the unit at the AIDA, dependent on the unit of USB. B seems sort of invariant with multiplicative and additive changes to the relative jet. Yeah, it is relative. So then, so this, I think the issue is the concept in the model. You're going to log it. We're going to eventually log this B will be it. So we're looking at this percent. The B from the data is in dollars, but the B from the model is in the. Okay, so the key message here though is that if you have a low enough cost here, the ADA is going to push you so that the concentration equilibrium is positive, right? So what we see here is that basically imagine A and B are just themselves on their own are in this kind of equal share, are tending towards that equal share distribution. What we see here is that even with that, these investments in B are going to shift the concentration, as we see in the right panel, such that the stationary density shows this positive concentration. So now, just to think about this two-firm case, we want to study the different properties of where concentration is coming from and the effect on aggregate productivity. So looking at the blue line here, we see that if it's productivity driven, as in we take zeta is the gap between firms. If that gap is driven by productivity, we see that overall increase in concentration is good. So the Z star is going to be our planner who's going to adjust for the markup, and the dashed line Z equilibrium is going to be the endogenous productivity. So we see in both cases, as the leading firm gets more productive, you'll see that the overall productivity is going to go up even as concentration increases. So this is a form of what we call good concentration. The next thing we're talking about is this bad concentration story. So this is coming from this demand-driven element of having this other state variable. So there, the markup loss the markup loss separates the equilibrium from what the planner will do. So firms here have the same productivity, and we see as we increase zeta, there's just a flat line because given the same productivity, once the planner adjusts for markups, it doesn't matter which firm has more. But once you allow for markups, then now the one firm is marked up relative to the other, and we get a lower productivity. So this is kind of the good concentration, bad concentration story that can only come out from this model where we have two state variables, where the firm, it's not just the productivity that is determining the overall size of the firm, where it's also this customer capital, and it's about the coupling between the customer capital.
So just to Ariel's question, I mean, this connotation good and bad depends on normalization. So, I mean, you can call it something else. You can call it productivity driven, demand driven at this point. I mean, I mean, it's bad because of the normalization, because you took this view that it's like a change in BI leads to a reallocation, but it could be if it shifted preferences for everybody up or down, then it would be a different. Yeah, I mean, it's just.
What these people get is to actually get eventually delivered permanent differences.
They can hear you well enough.
Oh, okay, great, okay, good.
They're working on it. They're working on.
So, yeah, oh, and now it's back. Okay, amazing. Ask and you shall receive. Okay, so the first order condition here is just telling us very standard, the marginal benefit of advertising or marketing is going to be equal to the marginal cost. But this marginal benefit term is relatively complicated because it has these strategic interaction effects that come from the fact that my decision is going to affect the decision of other firms, and then that in turn feeds back, and that becomes a very complicated problem. So with this strategic feedback, there's also this storage problem that comes about because of this, the state space is growing exponentially with I. And so here we return to our Gaussian shocks that we had to both A and B to help us solve this problem. So essentially there's this simple result, which is this Stein's lemma, which is essentially integration by parts, which says that, you know, the expected value of the change in the value function can just come out from the Gaussian expectation, which is just doing integration by parts. So what this allows us to do is average the rivals' responses into the level of the value function, so we don't need to track all of these different rivals. And then we can approximate the value function with a parametric family that's going to conjugate with a Gaussian. And one of those families is Probit, which kind of matches how the value function looks when firms are in these granular markets. It's kind of got this logit-like look, and the Probit is going to conjugate with a Gaussian. Okay, so now moving to quantification. So the model is going to deliver us this solve marketing game that's going to work at empirically relevant firm counts. And then we have these productivity indices, and then we could do this welfare accounting with the model. So now to estimate the model parameters, we want to measure this customer capital object in the data, and we're going to infer the dynamics from these observed productivity customer capital dynamics. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, we're going to take the marketing expenditure from Ostrom and Sufi. On the input side, they're going to capitalize the marketing spend at the firm level and use perpetual inventory method, and then we adjust to this normalization with the logs.
A data question: is the marketing, is like the Salesforce people in the marketing, or is those separate kind of things?
Yeah. So when firms are reporting on this, they're reporting on sales and marketing. So this includes Salesforce. So if you look at CompuStat, for instance, the advertising share is quite a bit lower than the sales and marketing share, because this is including all of these detailed things. And I think if you just look at advertising, it's less than R&D, but if you include all of sales and marketing, it's going to be quite a bit more. So just an interesting thing to note also here is that in Nielsen IQ scanner barcode level data, you can construct the same measures of this residual demand on price. So they're not the same measures, but you can construct totally different measures of this kind of demand intensity of firms. And we see the very similar size and persistent patterns to this customer capital measure. Okay, so now if you remember, one of our main equations in the model was this evolution of the productivity and of the customer capital. So here we're going to look at this vector autoregression for productivity and customer capital. And we have this system where productivity is going to evolve with this exogenous object, and then demand evolves both responding to productivity, which is the firm's investment decision, and there's some decay rate on their existing customer capital. So here we just take a random effects model and look at the coefficients there. We have different ways of measuring this, which we also can put into the model. But essentially we see here that our demand object is overall more persistent than our productivity object. And then we're going to identify the kind of what we call this kind of extra kick to demand coming from the cross effect, which is basically when firms invest in productivity, what happens, when firms get a productivity shock, what happens to their demand investment? So just building on that, the main way that we calibrate this model is extremely simple. So we're taking the basic 5 objects in the data, which is these kind of relative persistence of productivity, of customer capital, and the cross term from productivity to customer capital. And then these these dispersion parameters are going to come from the variances of the noise. The key thing that we get here is from the structure of the model. We have this assumption of how investments in marketing should respond to productivity and should respond to customer capital. From that structure, we're going to get this connection where we can speak to the relative cost of investing in marketing that comes from A, that comes from row BA. So now, given this very simple model, we can start to think about counterfactuals and different policies. So first off, just marketing and concentration, and this is related to what Lucas said earlier, is we can now just speak to what happens in equilibrium versus what happens in an equilibrium where we don't have any marketing. So here we see that concentration is much higher with the marketing equilibrium. Now that, again, as I'll discuss later, it's not necessarily a bad thing because there is this correlation with productivity. But the concentration is going to be higher in the equilibrium rather than the no marketing case. What we can also see is persistence, which is basically how autocorrelated, if an industry is concentrated today, how concentrated will it be tomorrow? And we see overall this marketing also generates this higher persistence, right? So now, coming back to the Kodak example, instead of Kodak immediately giving up its position and then there's a shakeout for the new leader of the industry, they're going to hold on to that position for longer, and the concentration is going to be higher for longer. And related to what I presented earlier, if you think about a lower marketing cost kappa, that can actually extend this concentration. So we do tend to think about lower marketing cost means that firms can more easily reach customers that are entering, but it also keeps firms in this kind of strategic region for longer, where concentration is going to be persistent for longer.
The evolution of marketing. I mean, marketing has changed a lot in the last 4 years, no? So can you make an example in the data where you see, after social network or whatever has been changed recently, and can you see whether there has been a concentration that you can link to this? Because marketing has changed. So actually you can make a point in the data and see whether you see some pattern consistent with this.
Yeah. No. That's
acquiring new clients, especially in the retail, they're really down, right?
Yeah. No, that's a great point. And I think it's interesting to think. So I don't have an example offhand, but I do have some knowledge from working with the Nielsen data, for instance, that even though you see lower cost of marketing, you still see relatively stable shares for leaders in these markets, which suggests that the lower cost of marketing is at least not translating as much to churn. I mean, there are many other forces with lower marketing costs, but here, given the structure of our model, it's saying there will be less churn, but even kind of pushing against this story that there should be more churn is there may be reasons that there isn't. And and be curious if you have thoughts about specific cases after. Okay, now thinking about the relationship between concentration and productivity. So it's not obvious immediately that that concentration and productivity would be negatively or positively correlated. What we tend to see, and then this is again just what we observe in the data, what we observe from the equilibrium of the model. And so this is not telling us anything about counterfactuals. This is just looking at different TFP levels and looking at the HHI index. And what we see here is that this marketing has this, in this world where we have lower dispersion on the productivity, we see that the correlation between size and productivity, or HHI and productivity, is kind of decreasing when we think about firms that are kind of more bunched together in terms of productivity. When we have this kind of high productivity dispersion, we see a higher relationship between concentration and productivity, which again suggests that this kind of good concentration story could be a story about these firms that are kind of pulling away, whereas the bad concentration story is maybe a story more of like this demand driven that kind of weakens the link also between concentration and productivity. Okay, now we want to think about welfare. So coming back, and I guess this will be related to previous points of discussion that have been brought up, is we could think about kind of decomposing welfare into different objects. So as discussed earlier, the welfare is going to be a component of the efficient level of productivity. So this is essentially saying that if firms are all marking up at the exact same rate, what is the aggregate productivity? So that's a productivity term that we're interested in, and somewhat bypasses a little bit this question about preference and such. Then we have this kind of net cost of, and I guess net cost of market power is kind of, it's a big term, but it's basically just the markup question, and that's going to have a misallocation both from markup dispersion and from labor misallocation. Then we're going to have the overall marketing labor, which is going to enter here. And that speaks a little bit to, do we have too much marketing overall, or do we have too little marketing overall? So now what we want to do is think about the aggregate welfare that comes out of this object. Okay, great. Okay, so this slide I think helps illustrate a lot of the mechanisms of the model. So we're just going to set the equilibrium here to 0 and think about the deviations from the equilibrium given these kind of different counterfactual environments. So first off, we can shut down marketing completely. And when we shut down marketing completely, we see a couple of interesting things. So first off, overall welfare does go up. And that is going to, again, as noted earlier, is going to really rely on this zero-sum assumption that marketing is purely allocative. What we also see is that the productivity term, so this is, again, if you fixed markups, what would be the aggregate productivity, is that goes down by 5%. So essentially what's happening with marketing is that firms are spending more on labor, which is negative for welfare, but they're positively allocating customer capital across firms by productivity. So that trade-off, that generates kind of a trade-off here, which is if you shut down marketing, concentration overall is lower, as you can see from the HHI here, but also the correlation between productivity and customer capital is also lower when we shut down marketing. In the next line, we have an example where we speak about free customer capital, which is basically a planner can reallocate customer capital across firms in a free way, in the sense that they can just allocate it to the best firms. This is not a reasonable counterfactual because it forgoes the structure of the model, but it gets at this point that if customer capital could just flow, which is really, the free customer capital in a way is the closest to the one-dimensional productivity model, where firms can advertise, essentially period by period in an optimal way, and that's how they get customers. So you see there that productivity is much higher relative to the equilibrium. Concentration is higher, and the correlation between productivity and customer capital is much higher in that environment.
Now we're seeing the exercise that you're doing. Seems like it is key to really get the TFP measures right. And given that you're using Compustat data, seems like you're using revenue TFP, and of course you're going to have the prices there that could also be correlated with your customer capital. So can you just clarify how important is that? What would be the, have you done robustness on estimating those VR with other measures, if any?
Yeah, so we have measured the VAR with other measures, and I think to your point, it would definitely change the quantitative magnitudes of this overall. I don't think there was anything that flipped like qualitatively in terms of the main messages here, but certainly in terms of how persistent these objects are is very important for measuring this kind of what we call this legacy effect that is generating the misallocation. So I totally agree with that, and I think it'd be good to kind of show like a bounded range of what we get here.
Just as a follow-up, I think you could back up what the true TFP is, given the implication that the true TFP process has for TFPR in your model. Is that what you do, or?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I mean, you could. It's on. Yeah. Okay, I was thinking. I mean, I missed a little bit what you do exactly when you measure your equivalent to TFP in the model, but you could back out what the true TFP is in your model, because the process is going to imply some dynamics of TFPR. Within the model. So that's what you should be doing.
That's right.
That's what you do.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
That's what you're doing. Okay, so then.
using TFPR from the data.
We're-
That's the TFPR.
We're matching, so we're matching TFPR, yeah, we're matching TFPR in the model, yeah. Yeah, so now just to the next point, and I think this is where we get at kind of the core messages that I highlighted in the front, is that the dynamic planner is a planner that can just affect the dynamic decisions of firms, but doesn't affect their static markup behavior. In that environment, you get welfare going up by 9%, but you don't really get a big kick on productivity because these firms, there's still a lot of the strategic components involved in these firms' decisions. So then we think about a dynamic and static planner. So now that planner is going to be able to affect the firm's dynamic investment decisions. So essentially it will get rid of this legacy effect and it can solve the static markups. So that gives you a huge kick on welfare, and that comes from the markup effect, which is well known in this literature. But I think the interesting component in the legacy effect that we highlight is this 4.7% increase in the efficient productivity, which is essentially if you set firms' markups equal, what happens to their productivity relative to this baseline equilibrium. And there you see that there's 5% increase relative to the baseline. So this is kind of getting at when you correct this overall legacy effect, what happens? And again, we see as concentration goes up a little bit there, and the correlation between productivity and customer capital goes up significantly. Okay, so now coming back to our point about good concentration, bad concentration, and again, this is kind of activity, and what we see here is, let's say we fix the customer capital to just be 0 on the left panel. What we see here is that in equilibrium, firms are investing more in customer base as they deviate from 0. The first best planner actually wants to invest even more as it deviates from 0 because that planner can solve the markup problem. The constrained planner still wants to invest more, but less than the firm, but because this is the productivity-driven concentration. So this is generating a sorting. So this is, you have new firms, you have a planner that wants to invest, and they invest more in them. Now let's think about, we're just fixing our productivity to be the same across the two firms. In that case, you can see that the investment intensity of the firm, which is in red, is increasing again in the deviation from the other firm, whereas the planner that can't fix markups wants to basically increase the marketing expenditure of the other firm. And you see this even more strongly on the furthest to the right panel, which is essentially as customer capital increases, so firms get positive customer capital shocks, or they had positive productivity shocks in the past, you see that the equilibrium investment, again, is increasing. However, what you see is that given a negative productivity, you see that the planner really wants to get it to the other firm. And even if they can solve markups, they still want investment to be higher in the other firm. Okay, now and I'll just end on this discussion, which is basically there's been a lot of discussion about size-based policies when you think about firms in oligopolistic settings that have market power. So the classic story is you want to implement a subsidy that's going to offset markups. This comes from Edmund Midrigan-Shu. However, this solves things statically. So we can see here, if we look at the left panel, that an output subsidy in the terms of static welfare is going to be really increasing the welfare of the economy. But then when you think about firms' marketing incentives and the effects on productivity, it's less clear. So at small values, this static return to the planner is going to be positive. So the planner wants to invest in this size-based policy. But we see that what happens with that is then firms have this more incentives to reach for size, and so they spend more on marketing, right? Because if you're going to get subsidized, if you're large, you're going to spend more on marketing, and that's going to decrease welfare a bit.
And what you also see is the sorting, the efficiency of the overall economy is not really improving with these size-based policies. So essentially what happens is firms are investing more when in marketing to achieve this size, but this size-based policy then can backfire. Okay, so just to conclude, so one thing that we wanted to note in this project is that firms are large for many reasons.
Sorry, just
yeah.
There's 20 seconds left. So I'm gonna ask one last
Yeah.
question. I mean, you're abstracting from the possibility that these firms could invest in higher productivity.
Yeah.
I mean, that's another way of growing.
Yeah, that's totally correct. And maybe, and I'll discuss that a little bit in the next couple minutes, actually, just to, yeah. So I think just in conclusion, the main message here is to think about firms that are large for more than one reason. And that other reason here, we have this large object that firms are investing in marketing, and we have this classic story that firms are large because of productivity. When we think about these two reasons for being large, we also want to think about what are the incentives that change because of firm size. And that's what generates what we call this legacy effect, which is firms that are large because of past productivity shocks have led to higher marketing, but there may not be anything in the fundamentals today that says that they should be large. So we have these welfare losses that come from this element in this dynamic setting. And bigger does not always mean better. So if we're thinking about policy or questions around kind of national, or industry champion policies, it's really important to think about performance rather than just size when we want to push for the better firms to take over markets. And there is a new angle on which size-based policy can backfire. Now, to Gianluca's point, that size-based policy does not backfire in a productivity story, because in a productivity story, it actually is going to be perfectly aligned with the firm's incentive to gain productivity. And if you can solve the markup distortion, you're just pushing for more productivity. So the two dimensions are very, very important there. So I think that here for future work, I mean, one thing that we discussed at the end is that the investment in demand is a choice that firms can make. They can also invest in productivity. We wanted to isolate this demand investment channel, but this framework we want to be able to think about in terms of both directions. And we think that this framework is relatively portable to forms of granular competition, dynamic granular competition, more generally across different, one-dimensional, two-dimensional, for individual, just to think about kind of granular competition seems to be, an important element, and it's not changing, right? If you look at recent, LLMs, you see it's just a few firms. The economy in many areas is dominated by few firms. So we think this framework can be helpful thinking about their dynamic decisions in those settings. And also to think about firm growth through non-productive channels or channels that may not be perfectly productive. So you might think that marketing adds some value, but it also has this business stealing effect that we've talked about today. And then finally, just this returning to the point about technology is there is always an inherent feedback between the perception that individuals have about the firms that they know and what the technology is doing. And I think there's very little, there's a lot of stuff on demand side at the aggregate. There's less in the firm dynamics channel. And I think this feedback will continue to be very important as, a lot of big innovations are pushing the frontier, but the nature of how it integrates with people's perception is going to be really important for both market concentration and long run. So thank you.
Minutes. 10 minutes. presentation I presented Thursday.
Yeah, I watch it.
Okay, we're happy to have our next paper. Usual rules for those who are coming in, 5 minutes, no comments. 5 minutes, Gianluca, start that little thing. Your timer will be right here. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, thank you guys. Thank you everyone for to the organizer for accepting the paper into the program. So this paper is joined with Samuel Hurtado and Gal Nuño at the Bank of Spain. And so the motivation for this project and for this entire research agenda, I would say, is that in the last decade or so, there's been a rising interest in the role of asset prices for shaping wealth inequality and wealth dynamics. Now, this has come both in the form of theoretical work that shows that return heterogeneity is key to generate a high level of wealth inequality, and first in the form of empirical work, and then more lately also theoretical work that shows that portfolio heterogeneity together with asset price movement contributed significantly to shaping wealth inequality and wealth dynamics, the dynamics of wealth inequality, certainly in the United States, but also in other countries. And so the goal of this project is to try and make an additional step into understanding what is the how does the interaction work between inequality and prices, okay? And so naturally, this interaction is going to be made of two directions, right? There is one which we understand a bit better, which is how the changes in asset returns influenced movements in wealth inequality in the presence of portfolio heterogeneity. And then there is the other direction, which I think that many people in the room with us have already worked on and are still working on, which is to how do these changes in wealth inequality then translate into potentially asset prices, okay? And so to get this interaction right, you would need to get correct, okay. You need to get right households portfolio choice, so having portfolio shares that potentially vary along the wealth distribution. You need to get asset prices, so that this portfolio heterogeneity actually bites, right? And these households earn different returns, and then also potentially have these asset returns being time varying, right? So that movements in these asset returns move the wealth distribution in return, okay? And so today, what we're going to do in this project is to propose a framework that allows to get all of these three things jointly, okay? Now let me try and set expectations right, which is that, so getting them also quantitatively right is going to be 1 or 2 orders of magnitude more difficult, right? But today we're going to get them all at the same time, okay? And I'm going to show what we get from doing this. What do we learn from doing this, okay? All right, so why is solving this problem difficult, okay? So under the assumption of rational expectation, whether you love or hate that assumption, it's going to be true that for forecasting future prices, households care about forecasting prices, and to forecast prices, they will need to forecast the wealth distribution, right? Now, the wealth distribution in this model is going to be an infinite dimensional object, so the value function is going to lie in the distribution space, and so if you write it in recursive form, then this leads to the loved or hated master equation, okay? Now, with risky assets, right, in the presence of risky assets, this is an even more complicated problem, because aggregate risk is going to hit wealth directly, which is going to make the evolution of the cross-sectional distribution stochastic, and so that is going to lead to the presence of an additional second-order term in the master equation, okay, that's going to introduce additional nonlinearities that are potentially relevant. And so this problem is certainly intractable. Some people would also think that this is behaviorally implausible. Now, whether that is the case or not, I don't take a stance on that. But what we're going to try and do is going to try and propose a global solution to this joint problem under limited information. And I'm going to be specific about what is the assumption of limited information that we go with. Okay. So how do we do that? So the way that we're going to do it is we're going to try and write the simplest possible model that has these features. Okay, so that has an optimal portfolio choice, a meaningful wealth distribution, an endogenous potentially time-varying risk premium. Okay, so we're going to do that with an heterogeneous agent Lucas tree model, and as I hope I've said, the aim is to try and get a global solution and a mechanism that is as transparent as possible, and then to isolate what is this global solution buying us? Do we need that global solution in the first place? Okay, so I've already said this. So the model is not going to be able to quantitatively match cross-sectional or asset pricing moments, and so the calibration of this is going to be the model is going to be rather simple in some sense. Okay, so the assumption of limited information that we make specifically is that agents will forecast prices directly from observable aggregate states, okay? And the reason why we make this assumption is that, I mean, there is these, in most of these models, we have this low dimensional coupling result, which tells us that, well, households don't care about the distribution per se. They only care about the evolution of the distribution because they care about forecasting prices, okay? And these prices are much lower dimensional vector, so there is a point to be made about maybe we want to forecast prices directly instead of trying to forecast the distribution as a whole. And so we're going to use the asset price as the endogenous state, and I'm going to argue for why this is the natural endogenous state in this context. And so this assumption of limited information, so assuming that households forecast prices directly, is going to allow us to completely sidestep the Maastricht equation, okay? So we're not even going to try and solve it. I mean, I'm going to show it at some point just to highlight why this is problematic, but in our model, we're going to have a standard finite dimensional value function, and so we know how to solve that, and we'll go to town with that.
Can I ask just a question of the prices? So it seems totally reasonable to me to say that prices are the natural things to forecast. Less so the idea that one only uses prices to forecast prices. And this sort of comes to the question of what are the agents you have in mind here? So I get for households, but for thinking about asset pricing, the agents that are relevant are large financial institutions that invest tremendous amounts of money in very, very complex ways of forecasting prices with a lot more information than just prices.
No, so I completely agree. And now, so in our model, so I don't know if it's here. So what we're going to look for is for a self-confirming equilibrium in which households' belief then end up being realized in the equilibrium. So the households' belief are consistent with the realized prices. And so for the agents that we have in mind are, in some sense, households. Okay, so we're trying to solve for the household problem and what the asset prices are in that specific world, right? So we don't have those more sophisticated investors. So to some extent, that's a fair criticism that we sidestep, in the sense that we don't have that in the model at all. And so we're trying to figure out how is a simpler model in which we have households trying to forecast future prices, and prices, they still play a role, then what is that equilibrium going to look like? And so as I mentioned, so our equilibrium is going to be a self-confirming equilibrium, which...
Can I actually just follow up on this? I mean, isn't another answer just that you can, in principle, include some other state variables in the state space to help forecast prices?
So totally. I mean, so we are going to have only...
If you wanted to model
prices.
a financial institution, you may just think about what variables do they look at and just include those. I don't know, like GDP.
Yeah. I mean, so in some sense, like, so our state variable, like, we're going to have a vector of aggregate state variables. What do you put in that vector? We make a decision about that, but it's not the only decision. And in our model, because we only have households making these decisions, then that's the natural aggregate states, but there could be more, for sure. And now there's one more point to be made about this, which is that, so we don't necessarily take this, the solution of this model, to be an approximation of the rational expectation equilibrium. Now, I think that given the model that we solve, the solution that we get is actually going to be fairly close to the rational expectation equilibrium, and there's going to be, there are some things that make us think that, but in more complicated models, that might not necessarily be the case. We don't take a stance on that. So we're trying to solve this limited information problem and figuring out what we get, okay? And the way that we're going to make this limited information equilibrium operational is by approximating the perceived law of motion for prices using two neural networks. Why two? Well, that's going to be clear in a second. Okay. Okay, so the contribution of this is going to be to provide a global solution framework for a class of model in which we think nonlinearity is a key. And so these are heterogeneous agent models with asset pricing. Okay. And so let me give a brief preview of the main results that I'm going to show. So the first is that the evolution of prices is going to be strongly asymmetric in the sense that so drift and expected capital gains are going to be approximately linear, while the volatility of asset price is going to be highly nonlinear. Okay, and so this is effectively this is the reason why we're using, for example, two neural networks, because they're going to do different jobs, and so that's going to be one of the main results. The second one is, so we're going to show that this is indeed a self-confirming equilibrium and that households don't make systematic mistakes when trying to forecast future prices using current prices, so that the standardized forecast error are approximately normal. And I'm going to show that the model is capable of generating endogenous time-varying risk premia. Okay, so these risk premia are going to be very low when prices are low. They're going to be slightly higher in the middle of the ergodic distribution, and then they're going to be declining towards the top, so for high prices. And this is mainly going to be driven by expected capital gains. Okay, so when prices are low, there's going to be future expected appreciation, so expected future returns are going to be high. And when prices are high, then you would expect prices to go to revert back to the mean in the long run, and so future expected returns are lower, which drives down risk premium. Okay, and there's also going to be variation in volatility as well. And then we're also going to briefly show how do these shocks reshape the distribution, and then of course that feeds back to prices via the market clearing condition. And then the last result that I'm going to show is that we're also going to get asset price responses that are state dependent. Okay, so with high price states, the total response of prices is going to be about 2.5 times larger than with low price state. And the reason why that is the case is extremely intuitive, and it's just that, so when our price is high, when demand for equity, one possibility is that demand for equity is high. So when demand for equity is high, more people hold the asset, and so more people are exposed to these asset price, to these fluctuations, okay? And so the same shock in an economy which has more exposure is going to move more people, and that is going to translate through market clearing to a stronger price response. Okay? Yes.
So in the traditional Kursor-Smith method, either Kursor-Smith or like Jesus and Gallo's econometrica paper, people highlight a lot this high accuracy in terms of the forecasting law. They highlight 99.99% R-squared. But here you have like a standard normal distribution for the forecasting error, which means that people actually make a lot of mistake when they make forecasts.
So what this means for standardized forecast error to be standard normal is that this is the best that they can do, because these innovations, so these are the innovations coming from the Brownian motion, okay, and so those are going to be standard normal distributed, okay, so they're going to have that same distribution. So the forecast error made by households are going to have the same distribution as the underlying shock in the economy.
But I think you can also control for the realization of new Brownian shocks to see whether you can actually get the new asset prices correct.
Right. Not on top of this, right? So conditional on current prices and current dividends, right? They cannot do any better because those innovations are standard normal.
So I think a related question is, when you say standardized, you are not telling us the standard deviation, but there's kind of the forecast errors in the rational expectation models have some standard deviation, and then in your thing, they have some potentially other ones. So that'd be interesting to compare those two things.
Fair enough. I mean, let's get back to this when I show what these forecast errors are, so that then maybe.
When you say they can't do any better, I mean, that's a hard proposition to understand. In a model where risk premia are a rational response to people's preferences, then it makes sense to talk about people can't do any better. But in a world where the risk premia are sort of the result of endogenous complexity, why can't you say they do better when they invest when the prices are low than when they invest when high prices are high?
So what I mean when I say that they cannot do better is simply that. So there's going to be, so in this economy, there's going to be some underlying uncertainty that is driven by these exogenous aggregate shocks, okay? And so these exogenous aggregate shocks are going to drive the distribution and are going to drive prices, okay? And so it's going to be impossible for households to forecast what the, so next period, the shock is going to be a standard normally distributed, okay? So the best thing that you can do is have that same distribution. That's what I mean, okay? So it's simply that in the economy, there is this underlying source of uncertainty, okay, that is going to drive everything. And you need to make forecasts about prices, but you cannot learn what that shock is going to be. Like whether tomorrow that shock is going to be a standard normally distributed, then that could be 0 or could be 1 or whatever.
There we go. Sorry. But yes, I can't learn what the underlying Brownian motion shock is, but I can see whether the prices are low or prices are high right now. And if I have sort of a sensible relative risk aversion coefficient, I'm going to want to buy when prices are low and sell when prices are high. So they can do better in their
but they do
returns.
They do that. They do exactly that.
Okay.
So when prices are low.
So you're saying they can't do any better forecasting the Brownian motion, but they don't care about forecasting the Brownian motion. They care about how much money are they going to make, right?
Yeah. No, exactly, absolutely. So this is So it's conditional on current prices and conditional on observable. They cannot do better. But when prices are low, they want to buy, and when prices are high, they want to sell. That's going to be true in the model. Okay. So so that's going to be there as well. Okay. So let me jump straight to the model so that we can hopefully get to the results. Okay, so the model set up in continuous time, a heterogeneous agent model with idiosyncratic earnings risk. So as I said, so this is going to be simplest possible model. So there's only going to be 2 employment states, employed or unemployed households, and households can freely invest in risky assets or safe bonds, okay? And there's going to be, the only frictions are going to be a no borrowing constraint and a no short selling constraint. And then, so there is a life cycle, Blanchard-Chiari, expected with death rate phi. And then on the supply side, so this is going to be an endowment economy, there is 1 unit of a Lucas tree that generates stochastic dividends y, and the tree trades at price q. Importantly, so we assume that bonds are an infinite supply, so they deliver a constant interest rate R star, so there is only going to be 1 market clearing price in this economy, okay? Okay, so dividends, also remember IR1 in logs, and the Brownian shock DW is going to be the only aggregate shock in the economy. And now for expectation, so we're going to assume that households forms belief directly about the evolution of prices, assuming that it follows this diffusion here. Now, what is in that omega? Well, we're going to assume that there's current prices, I've already said that, but you could put as many things as you want, because in fact, in the rational expectation model, this equation still holds. It's just that omega is going to hold the distribution, the infinite dimensional distribution, and you have a functional, the price is going to be a functional of that infinite dimensional distribution, okay? Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to use neural networks to find the drift component and the volatility component. And that's why we use 2 neural networks, because they're going to try and, we could in theory use a single neural network, but because they do different jobs, we're going to do 2 different neural networks, okay? Okay, so the household problem, it's relatively standard, so households maximize the expected present value of future utility, and they choose both consumption and the portfolio share theta, where now returns are going to be returns for the risky asset are going to be given by a dividend yield component y over q and an expected price expected capital gains. Okay, and now for I think it's useful to briefly look at households' optimal portfolio choice decision, because it's going to highlight why this is kind of complicated. So on the one side, you have the problem that your two coefficients, so mu q and sigma q, enter into the risky asset return, and these portfolio share is going to enter into market clearing. So market clearing is going to enter into this, and so you have this kind of like fixed point problem, which is common to all of these problems. And then on top of that, you have the issue that here you have the second derivative of the value function with respect to wealth. And so that needs to be solved with fairly high precision, especially because for wealthy households, this is going to be close to zero, right? And so that putting at the denominator is going to give us a little bit of trouble. And so that's why we think that using these standard methods in continuous time that Ben has developed is going to help us do some of that. And then we're going to use neural networks only for the perceived law of motion, so we're not going to use neural networks to solve the Hausdorff problem. Yes?
Yeah, so I understand continuous time, but otherwise compared to the 97 like Krusell-Smith paper with endogenous portfolios,
so
that's just endowment economy, so it's kind of simpler that dimension.
So compared to that paper, I mean that is a production economy, I think. But other than that, I mean, I think so. The problem is fairly similar, but we have asset return risk hitting wealth directly. Okay, so if I remember correctly, in that paper, the asset returns is moving over time, but it's instantaneously riskless. I might misremember. So it's okay. So it's riskless from t to t plus 1. It's riskless now. While in our model we don't have that.
Question is, would there be a method like Krusell-Smith that you could use to solve that?
I mean,
and compare.
I mean, this is basically Krusell-Smith, right? It's a fancy Krusell-Smith in which now we have. Yeah. So if you think that Krusell-Smith is a good way of solving this problem, well, this is not. It's not particularly different in some sense. The main difference relative to that is that we're also going to need to estimate this volatility term, and that is going to be where most of the nonlinearity is going to come into play. I'm going to talk a bit more about this in a second. Okay? Yeah.
So I guess in Krusell-Smith 97, there's one non-trivial market clearing for the bond market. So here you also have one non-trivial market clearing, but for the risky stock.
Yeah.
But you assume the bond return to be constant here.
Yeah, exactly. And so for the risky asset market, exactly, you have that additional volatility term, which is where the nonlinearities come in. Okay, so in equilibrium, the total units of the tree must equal to 1, so that gives us a condition for the asset price, which tells us that the asset price is effectively a wealth-weighted average of portfolio shares. Okay, now what does that mean for us? Well, first of all, if portfolio shares are constant, right, we are in a Merton world, then the asset price is going to be exactly proportional to aggregate wealth. And so whether you use wealth, whether you use the first moment, as in Krusell-Smith, or you use the price, that's going to be exactly identical, right? Now, if instead theta depends on the aggregate states but not on the individual states, then you're going to have that this factor of proportionality is going to also depend on the aggregate state. And so you have some state-dependent variation in asset prices, but it's still going to be proportional to aggregate wealth. And in fact, I'm going to show that this is exactly the type of condition that we get in our model, mainly because our model is so simple, right? And so there's not going to be a lot of variation in the cross-sectional distribution, okay? And so we're going to assume, as I mentioned already, that theta is just current price and current dividends, and we're going to look at a self-confirming equilibrium in which the PLM is statistically consistent with the prices that are implied by market clearing, and I'm going to be more specific about this in a second. Okay, so now, so in this model, okay, so how does the wealth distribution evolve? Well, we have now that because asset returned risk, because aggregate risk loads directly on wealth, okay, so we're going to have that the evolution of this cross-sectional distribution is going to become stochastic as well. So we're going to have a stochastic Kolmogorov forward equation, and in particular, the evolution of G is going to depend, obviously, on the specific path of shocks, and more importantly, on both the exposure of households to aggregate risk through households' portfolio shares, and on asset price volatility, and therefore on the perceived law of motion through this sigma q term. Okay?
So what was phi?
What was?
Phi.
Oh, so this is just death.
Death.
Okay, so this is phi is the death rate, this is the birth distribution, and then let's. And so I think it's useful to look at the Maastricht equation just simply, if anything, because we want to understand why this problem is so complicated. Okay, so under full information rational expectation, then the wealth distribution becomes a state variable, and we get this Maastricht equation. In this model, we're going to have two terms that involve, well, at least two terms plus cross terms, at least two terms that involve the distributional derivatives, okay? So there's going to be a first order term, which is present in all of the standard settings, like for example, Bilal's paper, okay? So you have that because households make consumption saving decision, right? So this is going to drive the evolution of the distribution, and you want to understand how that the evolution is going to affect prices tomorrow. Okay, so that's present everywhere. Now, however, because aggregate risk loads directly on wealth, the distribution itself becomes stochastic. Okay, so now we have this additional second order term, which is not present in standard methods, and it's going to introduce this nonlinearity. And what is the intuition behind this second order term? It's just that, well, in that B, so that is this, similar to this B here, so you effectively have households' portfolio shares, right? So if, for example, everybody's holding the same portfolio shares, then the wealth distribution is moving all together, right? If, on the other hand, these portfolio shares, for example, are differentially distributed, right, then you're going to have that the same shock is going to move, for example, the top more than the bottom, right? So on top of having to figure out how, on average, the distribution is moving, you also need to figure out how these shocks move the distribution differentially depending on how these portfolio shares are distributed, right? And so, I mean, that is an additional layer of complexity on top of the standard Maastricht equation. And so, and I think importantly, we still get that the Maastricht equation is still a deterministic differential equation, but it's now a second order equation, where now this is not to be confused with the second order approximation to the Maastricht equation, for example, of Agent's work, because that is going to be a second order approximation to a first order equation, while here we have a second order equation in the first place. Okay. Okay, so we have this potentially highly nonlinear mapping between aggregate states and the perceived law of motion for prices. And so we're going to approximate that with two neural networks, one for the drift coefficient and one for the volatility coefficient. And effectively, yeah, this is the same approach as in Crosella-Smith, right? What are the main differences? Well, first, we're using neural networks as opposed to a parametric functional form. And so that helps because neural networks have these nonlinear approximation property. The second difference is that, well, now we also have to estimate the volatility term because of this effect of prices on wealth. And then the third difference is that we use prices as opposed to moments of the distribution, okay? And so these, obviously, using neural networks has both advantages and disadvantages. The main disadvantage is effectively that we still have a cursive dimensionality problem, so we cannot use as many moments as we want. It's probably much better than it was 15 years before, but it's still a problem. Okay. The advantages, I think, it's going to be that it's a more transparent application of neural networks as opposed to other solution methods that try to tackle the master equation directly. Because we use neural networks only for the perceived law of motion, and the Hausdorff problem is solved using standard methods that we fully understand and love. And the advantage, another advantage is that relative to linearization methods, it's going to give us a fully global solution, even in this context with aggregate risk that directly affects state variables. Okay? And so in terms of how we do that, well, that's relatively straightforward. Given a perceived law of motion, we solve the Hausdorff problem, simulate the Kolmogorov forward equation so we get prices, then we train the neural network, rinse and repeat. Okay? And so for the calibration, I mean, as I mentioned already, so this is a relatively simple model. So the calibration is obviously, there's only so much that we can do about how to calibrate this model. We try to do a good job matching wealth to income ratio and job finding rates, the share of unemployed people. But again, there's only so much that we can do here. Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Rhythm. So what's your experience in terms of multiple fixed points to this?
We haven't found any. So it doesn't matter where we start from. So we haven't, doesn't matter where we start from, we always converge to the same equilibrium. So we haven't experienced any of those problems. Okay, so results. So I mean, first of all, I think it's useful to look at the perceived law of motion that I've been talking about this whole presentation. So on the the left panel is the perceived law of motion for the drift. Okay, so this is fairly linear, and so in some sense, we could probably use a simpler approach to approximate the drift of prices. Okay, for the volatility, that is quite different. Okay, and I think what is important here to highlight is that so volatility is increasing in both dividends and prices, and it's strongly nonlinear even in this very simple framework. Okay, and I'm going to show what the implications of this nonlinearity in the volatility are. Okay, and where here I should have said that the dark area is the region that we actually visit along the simulation. Okay. Okay, so now forecast errors. Okay, so what do I mean by forecast errors? So what I mean when I was saying that these forecast errors are standard normal distributed, what I'm talking about is these innovations. Okay, so it's the change in price minus the drift term divided by the volatility. Okay, and so the reason why this should be standard normal is because this is exactly what you have in the diffusion for prices, and which I don't have here, so I have to go back a bit, but right. So here, if you take dq, you subtract the drift coefficient and divide by sigma q. That term is going to be dw, right? So that has to be standard normal distributed. That is what I mean by they cannot do better than that. Okay, so that is the term that we're trying to use as forecast errors. Okay, and so not only they mean zero, but they're standard normally distributed, and we also perform a formal normality test in which we show that we reject normality more than 95% of the time, at least 5% confidence interval. Okay, so effectively, what we have is that beliefs are confirmed on the equilibrium path. So no agents would like to revise their perceived law of motion given the prices that realize. Okay. All right. So now one of the underlying assumption in all of this is that, well, we assume that the aggregate states includes only the current price, right? So that is saying that price is a Markov. Okay, then now there is no reason to believe that prices should be Markov in this economy, but we do find evidence that indeed these are Markov. So one of the main pieces of evidence that we find is that the ergodic set is extremely thin, and so this figure maybe doesn't do it justice, but for example, if we look at so for a given level of dividends, right, there is effectively a single market clearing price. Okay, so if there was any other variable that mattered for the determination of prices, think aggregate wealth, think the distribution, think past prices, think anything, right? Then you would have a thicker line here, right? You would have a different market clearing prices, okay? In our equilibrium, that's not the case. So what this result means is that given that households believe that prices are Markov, realized prices turn out to indeed be Markov. Yes?
Can I ask you, just to make sure I've understood, at this point, up until now, we're just approximating a one-dimensional object with two scalars, right? A nonlinear function of two scalars, current y and current q.
Yes.
So how important is the neural network part then? I mean, you could just take, there's a lot of flexible functional forms just of two variables. I mean, neural networks we use when we got a large number of variables. I could even just take a grid, like.
So I think the main reason why we want to use neural networks here is also because we want to some extent future-proof this, right? In the sense that, so this is a very simple framework, right? As I said, like for example, for the drift, you don't really need a neural network to solve for this, right? And even for the volatility, you might try to do something a bit simpler, right? But this is in a very simple model, and all of this is already getting, like for the volatility, this is already getting quite nonlinear. So in more complicated settings in which then, for example, you try and match portfolio shares along the wealth distribution, then that's going to be a lot more important because this distribution is going to feed back into prices into ways that you don't necessarily understand. And so that is going to give us more flexibility. And I think it's useful to show that it works, and it works nicely. Let's put it like this.
Okay.
I don't know if that answers your question.
Riccardo?
Yeah.
So I thought that the plot of the sort of quasi-Markov is very convincing. I mean, one reason why this may work so well is because you have only one shock.
Yep.
I know if you have multiple shock, clearly you're going to add the second shock as an additional state in the perceived law of motion, and so that might, you might recover Markov as well. But I mean, more in general, I think in this type of papers, my view is that it would be useful to show one case where it doesn't work, or it doesn't work as well, because at least we understand what the limits of this approach are. Because otherwise, it seems like it cannot be,
beating a dead horse.
A little bit, yes.
Okay. No, I understand that.
So like thinking a bit hard about what are the limitations and what is it you have to push to get one case where things don't work as well as maybe.
Yeah, no, point taken.
Yeah, I was going to say, one suggestion here for trying to push this, see if it works, is put constraints on the portfolios. So do you have the portfolios here?
Yes, I have portfolios.
Yeah.
They're coming in a couple of slides.
And
so there is they're bounded between 0 and 1.
Oh, so you are restricting the gross shares?
Yes.
That wasn't in your equation.
Sorry?
That wasn't in your equation. You just had a
sorry,
a limit on the A, right?
No, there was also, I think, theta in 0, 1.
Theta.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. It was a bit fast on that. Sorry. Yeah.
So I love the paper. I love the explosion of opportunities that neural nets give us. But I have a paper recently that argues that what we really need to do is what I call economics-informed neural nets. That is, restrict the neural net to match some evidence, either from data or from theory, that helps us understand, what possibly is the relationship between what you've done. So if you restricted it to be consistent with, diagnostic expectations or extrapolative expectations or any of the zoo of models out there, I think we might learn a lot more than just letting it do the spectacular thing that it did in the figure.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
Very quick. So can you look at, in the spirit of Kruskal-Smith, a Kruskal-Smith representation of this and see whether using the share of wealth of the richer people would be kind of enough?
In this model, it's not going to change anything. The reason is that there is no variation in portfolio shares along the cross-sectional distribution. because this is a very simple model. All of variation in portfolios is going to come from dependency on aggregate state variables. So the share of risky of rich people is going to be the same as the share of as the portfolio shares of poor people.
I see. So there's no hope of using
Not here. No, exactly. Okay, and then there is one more thing, which is that, so what this graph also shows is that, well, along the ergodic region, variation in prices is actually quite a bit smaller than variation in dividends. So to some extent, prices are going to be less volatile than dividends. And so this kind of approximates, that's one of the evidence that we take as a better approximation of the rational expectation equilibrium than other different frameworks like, I don't know, Adam Marcet, Nicolini, in which you have that beliefs generate these boom-bust dynamics into prices. We don't really have that here. Okay, and so, how much time? 10 minutes. Okay, so we also have variation in risk premia. I mean, so first of all, I mean, expected returns rise at low prices and high dividends because of that, that mean reversion in prices, and the volatility is going to make this risk premium spectacularly nonlinear. Now, I think this is a better representation of that same variation in risk premium. So here I'm plotting the risk premium at, sorry, this is excess returns at different quintiles of the dividend price ratio. Okay, so as we move from the left to the right, both dividends and prices are rising. Okay, and so obviously, and this is really a tautology, like the dividend yield component is rising as we move along the dividend yield distribution. But importantly, then the expected price, the capital gain component is going to vary along the distribution. So when prices are low, expected future return, so prices are expected to rise in the future. So you have higher expected future prices, and so you have higher risk premia. When prices are high, on the other hand, you would expect in the future prices to revert back, and so expected capital gains are negative, and so that drives down risk premia. Okay.
Just follow up on my previous question. So do you know how different the aggregate dynamics of this model are from representative agent?
So we had tried to
all the idiosyncratic risk.
So we had tried to solve this in the representative agent model when we had a one asset model, and it was fairly close. But what it was doing there, it was that the prices were less volatile than in the heterogeneous agent model than in the representative agent model. I believe that's the case. We actually haven't yet solved the representative agent model here with the two asset problem, but we actually should.
I mean, we used to have some sort of metric of how
like a benchmark.
Yeah, a benchmark, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so to how what actual heterogeneity does to aggregate dynamics in this model. Okay.
I would have thought the benchmark would be something like the CAPM or something where you have almost no. With your levels of risk aversion, you have like almost no risk premium at all.
So there's different benchmarks that we can take. So one could be like a Merton model, for example, right? Another one.
Say the representative agent model with the level of risk aversion you have in the calibration. That should be tiny. So I guess I don't really understand why you could get such large variation in risk premium. Is this because of your heterogeneity in returns?
This is because of because the heterogeneity in mu-q essentially, right? So capital gains vary along the ergodic state, right? And so when you have low prices, you have future expected prices, and so returns are high. When you have high prices, then future prices are expected to revert back towards a mean level, and so you have negative expected capital gains, and so that leads to this.
No, but all of that is also true in the representative agent version of the model, except they are tiny. Like those changes are tiny. So just
to understand,
to understand why are you getting such large risk premium?
Okay, yeah. Okay, and so portfolios. So here, so this is households portfolio allocation along the ergodic region, and so what you can see is, I mean, obviously we have these step function that makes things quite a bit complicated in the sense that, I mean, naturally, so notice that here prices are rising from right to left, okay? So given a given level of dividend, when prices are high, households want to sell the asset, and when prices are low, they want to buy the asset, of course, right? So that makes perfect sense. And effectively, this also shows why this problem is complicated to solve, because this entire surface is entirely determined by market clearing, in the sense that market clearing is going to determine where this simulation lies, and so where this barrier lies. Okay, so the market clearing is going to pin the equilibrium on the transition region, and then I think importantly, so going back to the previous question, so optimal portfolio choice is effectively independent from individual variables. So we can look at portfolio choice by individual states at different points of our simulation. So what you can see here, and so this is as a function of individual wealth for employed and unemployed households at different points, different QY pairs, and so the portfolio choice along A and Z is exactly identical. Okay, so all of the fluctuations is driven by these aggregate state variables. Okay. Okay, so now we can, in the last couple of minutes, so we can quickly look at how does the model respond to shock. So we look at impulse response functions to a very small dividend shock. It's particularly small because we want to stay within a grid square, essentially. And so first of all, in response to a negative dividend shock, the dividend yield goes down, which means that prices fall less than dividends, and then it recovers monotonically, and then expected returns on equity go up, and the risk premium goes up, because both the expected return goes up and volatility goes down as dividends fall. Okay, and then I think so. This is just how this distribution change, how the shocks affect the distribution. I don't think this is particularly interesting given time. There is two more things that I want to show. So one is the portfolio response to these shocks. Okay, so in our model, as I mentioned, so we're going to have that the average share is effectively the ratio between the price and the aggregate wealth. And so the portfolio choice in response to this shock is first going to fall, and then it's going to overshoot, mainly because what happens is that while the asset price falls and recovers fairly quickly, aggregate wealth instead stays depressed for longer, and so that's where this overshoot is coming from. And then the last result, which I think is one of the most interesting one, is this result about state dependence in price responses. Okay, so here what we're plotting is as a function of the dividend price ratio, right? So again, moving from the left to the right, both prices and dividends are rising. And so what this is saying is that the cumulative response of prices is about 2.5 times higher when prices are high. Okay, and why do we get this state dependence response? Because again, when prices are high, when are prices high? Prices are high when equity demand is high. When equity demand is high, more people are holding the risky asset, and so a given shock is going to affect more people, and so this is going to move more of the distribution, and so by moving more of the distribution, it's going to have a stronger effect on prices. So this is where this state dependence is coming from. Okay. All right. So let me conclude. So what we've proposed here is a global solution framework for a class of models in which nonlinearities play a significant role, and these are heterogeneous agent models with endogenous asset prices. Okay, so we have a model with endogenous portfolios and aggregate risk that hits directly households' wealth, and the main takeaways from this are going to be that the drift is going to be mainly linear. Most of the nonlinearity is going to come from the volatility term, and so this is going to generate these endogenous time varying and state dependence in risk premia. And there is this two-way feedback between the cross-sectional distribution and the asset price. Now, what do we think that this framework unlocks? I mean, there's obviously, like, one can ask questions about welfare policy or information structure, but I think where really, like, where the money is making these kind of models more quantitatively realistic, both along the cross-sectional dimension, trying, for example, to match heterogeneous portfolios, and along the asset prices dimension. Okay, so what is driving these equity premium and the variability? Okay, all right, thank you.
Great. So thanks so much for having our paper on the program. So this is joint work with an amazing set of co-authors, Julian at Peking University, and Andreas and Ben, who are sitting over there taking difficult questions. So I'm very excited to present this paper on structural reinforcement learning for heterogeneous agent macro. So this is a paper, methodological paper, trying to tackling one of the major challenge in the heterogeneous agent literature. So as you all know, there has been enormous interest in writing down heterogeneous agent model with aggregate risk. The challenge is very well known, is that once we write down this type of model in rational expectations general equilibrium, the cross-sectional distribution is going to appear as a high-dimensional state variable in the Bellman equation. So this is true even though in a large class of this kind of models, households or firms, they actually only care about the prices themselves instead of the entire distribution. However, equilibrium prices in this type of model themselves are not first-order Markov. It means that if you know today's price, you cannot perfectly predict future price. So only the entire distribution is first-order Markov in this setup. So the households really need to forecast the distribution to forecast future price. Mathematically, this boils down to the fundamental requirement of the traditional dynamic program approach, which is all the state variables in a Bellman equation has to be first-order Markov. So this gives rise to the so-called math literature of master equations, which are high-dimensional Bellman equations. So in the past few years, there has been remarkable progress in solving master equations directly, including some of my own work. But I guess it's fair to say that we are still in short of very efficient global solution methods to study interesting heterogeneous agent model with aggregate risk. So in this paper, we are trying to take a very different route. Instead of solving master equations directly, we try to propose a new approach, which we call as structural reinforcement learning, to sidestep the high dimensionality in master equations. So as many of you have heard, reinforcement learning is one of the key elements of the current AI revolution. It is behind AlphaGo, behind the training of large language model. It's actually also quite relevant for us as economists. So I'm going to give you more concrete examples of reinforcement learning in a couple of slides. But in short, reinforcement learning is basically the idea that we can learn the value and policy function in Markov decision problems using Monte Carlo simulation. So here, the important feature is that unlike dynamic programming approach, reinforcement learning can actually handle problems with non-Markov state variables, such as factor prices in heterogeneous agent models. We are going to exploit this important feature by by replacing the high-dimensional distribution with low-dimensional factor prices in the state space. And we are going to use reinforcement learning to learn about the future equilibrium price through Monte Carlo simulation. However, we are not going to run reinforcement learning for everything. So for part of the economic model, which we do have economic knowledge about, namely the dynamics of the individual state space, because we understand that how the individual law of motion is evolving over time according to the household budget constraint. We also understand the utility function and so on. We are going to encode all this economic knowledge into our algorithm. So this leads to this hybrid approach that we refer to as structural reinforcement learning. So, our structural reinforcement learning obviously is going to have this nice feature that we can sidestep the high dimensionality in heterogeneous agent model, but it also has two more benefits. So one of them is that, because we are going to write down the policy function as a function of the factor price, this naturally gives us a kind of aggregate demand curve, which is aggregate demand of assets as a function of the factor price. This will allow us to very efficiently handle non-trivial market clearing condition that you have already seen in Ricardo's talk. On top of that, we can do this structural reinforcement learning not only for heterogeneous household, but also for firms in this kind of economy. This is going to give a very efficient global solution for models with both interesting household block, but also interesting firm block. So this is going to give us a very efficient global solution to Hank models with aggregate risk. So what we are going to get from this paper is a very efficient and flexible global solution method for heterogeneous agent model with aggregate risk. So we are able to solve problems that traditional method has been struggling with for a while. So for most of the talk today, I'm going to illustrate our methodology using the Haggett model with aggregate risk, which features one non-trivial market clearing condition. This is actually also well-known difficult model in the computational literature. We can solve this model globally in about a minute on Google Colab, which is kind of a cloud computing platform that is easily accessible to everyone. So we are also able to solve two other very well-known difficult problems in heterogeneous agent model. The first one is a portfolio choice problem. We can solve portfolio choice problem a la Crusoe-Smith 97 within 1 minute. And also we can solve for portfolio choice problem with two asset price clear two asset markets. Okay, I'm going to show you more of these results later. This is going to kind of go beyond what the traditional methods, including the new method that Ricardo just presented. So on top of that, we can also solve, get global solution to Hank models with forward-looking price and also or wage Phillips curve. We can solve Hank models globally within 4 minutes, so which is very good progress in this literature. So, our paper, our approach is kind of related to a few different literature. So here I particularly want to mention two literature. So many of you might wonder, this kind of idea to replace the distribution with some low-dimensional prices or moments is similar to kind of the Crusoe-Smith method that Ricardo just presented. So here I want to highlight the main difference of our approach with this Crusoe-Smith approach is that there will be no perceived law of motion in our computational algorithm. So because, to my experience, working with perceived law of motion, updating in an outer loop of this in the algorithm is really one of the major pain of any global solution methods that we have seen before. So here, getting rid of this perceived law of motion by just getting the prices through a simulation is really one big benefit of this approach.
Yu-Chen, can I ask a question about that?
Please.
It's still the case, though, that there is a perceived law of motion in the solution that you compute. And you could still, is that correct?
So in the algorithm, there is no loop to estimate and update the perceived law of motion. But households themselves, when they do optimization, they might, implicitly formulate some belief about, how the prices is going to evolve into the future, but it's not going to evolve at all in the computational algorithm.
At the end of the day, there will be a perceived law of motion, and you'll be able to subject that to the same sorts of tests that you do in these other methods.
No, I think so. My view is, so in the background, people may formulate some belief about how the factor prices is evolving into the future, but they never estimate a function form of that. That's, estimating this function form and, updating it over the iteration was really the big pen in the literature, and we completely sidestepped that. No, so there's basically no price function at all in this algorithm. And I also want to, so I guess that would be my answer. So, and I think another literature I want to mention that we relate to is this kind of traditional learning literature. So we are similar to the traditional learning literature in the sense that our agents is also doing some stochastic approximation about how things are evolving into the future. However, it differs from the Marseille Sargent type of learning because here our agents, so we only have learning done by the computational economist rather than learning done by the agents in our economy. Okay, so just to mention, if later you get a bit confused or you get quite excited about our methodology, we actually already posted a coding tutorial on GitHub. So Andreas put a lot of effort to make it as accessible as possible. We have 6 lecture theories to use structural reinforcement learning to solve very simple partial equilibrium problem towards solving the Hugging model I'm going to present in a second. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about our methodology using a very simple setup, which is a Hugging model with aggregate risk. So in this model, so there is going to be a continuum of ex-ante identical agents. Exposed, they are heterogeneous in their asset position, so they only hold one asset, which is a risk-free bond, and also in their income status. So their income status is subject to idiosyncratic shocks. So there will also be an aggregate shock process in this economy. So the households, they basically choose their consumption to maximize their lifetime utility, subject to the standard household budget constraint and also borrowing constraint. You know, this is a model I assume that you are all very familiar with. So typically when we write down this type of model in recursive form, we know that the aggregate state of this economy include both the aggregate shock, but also the entire distribution over heterogeneous agents over their asset and income position. However, if you look at the household problem on the slides, you will see that the household actually don't care about the distribution directly. The only reason they want to keep track of distribution is the distribution is going to pin down the bond price, QT, through the bond market clearing condition. So I'm going to introduce a little bit more notation, which is going to be very convenient later. So we are going to, you know, as is typically in this literature, we are going to work with a discretized representation. So here I'm going to denote the individual state, you know, bond and income position by S, and S can take J grid value. So here J basically is the number of grid for bond multiplied by the number of grid for the income status. Then what we want to solve for this problem is basically, you know, a vector of values at each of the grid, and also the vector of the distribution. Here is a density at each grid. So ultimately, we are going to have, you know, solve for a consumption policy for individual households, which we denote by pi. So here, of course, consumption policy is going to be a function of the individual state S and some aggregate state, which I haven't really specified yet. And once we know the consumption policy of the households, this is going to imply actually a J by J transition matrix for the individual state of this economy. So this J by J transition matrix, which we denote with A, you know, is going to tell us, suppose you are an agent or you are at some particular individual state, so where you could be, what is the probability distribution that you could be tomorrow. So with this transition matrix, we can actually write down the law of motion for the distribution of this economy. So basically, this is a Kolmogorov forward equation in discrete time. As long as I know today's distribution and also this policy function that, you know, which imply this transition matrix, I will know tomorrow's entire distribution. So this basically tells us, you know, this joint vector of G and Z is a first order Markov object, right? As long as you know today's GT and ZT, you know tomorrow's GT and ZT. However, if we, you know, look at, you know, the low dimensional equilibrium price that satisfies some, you know, functional that maps the entire distribution, the aggregate shock to some low dimension price, you know, low dimension price, you know, itself is not a first order Markov. So here in the Hugging model, I just show the low dimension price is only the bond price here, and this P star functional is just this market clearing condition. So because, you know, this low dimension price itself is not first order Markov, because if you want to know tomorrow's low factor price, you really need to know tomorrow's distribution an aggregate shock, which is not available if you only know today's factor price. So because factor price is not first order Markov, you really need to write down the high dimensional master equation with the entire distribution as part of the state variable. So of course, as I mentioned, many people have tried to solve this master equation directly, but here we want to do something different, which is to use reinforcement learning to sidestep this high dimensionality in the master equation. So to give you a bit more concrete idea of what is reinforcement learning, so here I'm going to give you a very simple toy example. So here, this is an example without any action or policy decision, but simply to compute a value function with some underlying process of the PT here. Okay, so the object of interest is this value function, which is a function of the current price. So there are basically, the value function, of course, is defined as the present value of the lifetime utility. So there are two approaches to solve this, value function. The first approach is what we are all familiar with, is this dynamic programming approach. Basically, suppose we know the Markov transition probability for the price into the future, we can actually just write down the Bellman equation that characterize this value function, and you can use your favorite, value function iteration or policy function, value function iteration method to solve this value function here from the Bellman equation. So there is an alternative approach. Suppose actually, we don't know this transition probability of PT into PT plus 1, but we can get access to many trajectories of the PT dynamics. What we can easily do to estimate this value function is, suppose I'm start at some price value today, I can just sample a lot of trajectories into the future and then compute the average present value of my lifetime utility and use that to approximate the value function. So of course, if you compare these two different approaches, the second approach, looks, quite naive. However, if you are working with a process of PT that you actually cannot get the transition probability, or the PT can be very high dimensional, this Monte Carlo or reinforcement learning approach can actually be particularly useful. So you can, of course, extend this toy example without any policy decision to examples where you actually can also compute optimal policy here using some policy gradient approach.
Can I interject something for Greg?
Yes.
So here you can see exactly what Yucheng was saying, right? About there not being a perceived law of motion, right? So we're basically going to do the second thing, right? We're just going to be, you see in the first equation there's an expectation, and we're just going to replace wherever there's an expectation over prices with a sample mean, like the thing at the bottom, the 1 over n, sum I equals 1 to n. And so, right, whereas Crisell-Smith, what they would do is they would sort of estimate the perceived law of motion, which is the f, in some way, and then they would do dynamic programming. We never do that. We instead just, like, wherever there's an expectation, we just take a sample mean there. Now, of course, I think you're right that sort of one way of thinking about it is sort of implicitly, I guess, there is sort of a perceived law of motion of some form, and so you could think about maybe you can back that out in some way and then think about it. Yeah. But there is you never have to write down a functional form of, like, you never have to write down the kind of f and try to estimate it. That was like the point in equations.
Yeah, I mean, my point is really that we only care about expectations. I mean, we're obsessed with expectations, and maybe I'm different up here, but the only reason we care about them is because they're useful to make good decisions. That's it. You guys are just making good decisions, but you can always recover what the beliefs are that rationalize those decisions, and if you really want to compare them to other models, it's a way to compare them to other models. That's what I'm saying. You can recover the beliefs. You've got to make some assumptions about preferences. You're like under Savage, you could. Yeah.
I think you can recover.
So this is.
We can recover the law of motion for P, but I don't know if you can recover the underlying belief.
So finally, you can still simulate from the optimal policy we solve and then see how the price are evolving in the simulated path. But I think, Greg, I want to add one point on top of that is in the traditional Crusoe-Smith method, most of these perceived law of motion are about the point forecast of the price into the future. So what we are doing here is not only think about, our kind of implicit thing in the background is not only about the point forecast, but also about the entire distribution of the future factor prices that may realize.
So this is kind of what I meant by the theory-informed neural nets or reinforcement learning, in the sense that you could translate between, you could see whether you can translate between what you have done and some representation of a perceived law of motion after you've solved the model, which would then help everybody understand whether a perceived law of motion is good enough or whether there's something else going on.
Yeah, so I think maybe to add on that, and also what Gianluca just said, so is exposed after we get to the our optimal policy solution, we can actually simulate the economy and then look at how the kind of the under the optimal policy, how the price dynamics would really look like, and then whether it's possible at all to use some perceived law of motion to represent that. But of course, also in practice, working with perceived law of motion, usually because you typically start with a pretty bad perceived law of motion that's like super fragile, especially in models, let's say with portfolio choice that I'm gonna get to a bit later. Okay, great. So hope you get a sense of what is reinforced learning from this like simple toy example. Now we're gonna get to something concrete, what we are doing. Okay, so as you still remember, so now let me get back to this Hackett model with aggregate risk. There will be a two-dimensional individual state, one-dimensional factor price for the bond, and the agents are going to choose their consumption to maximize lifetime utility, subject to individual budget constraint and also this market clearing condition. So we are going to make two assumptions to make our method work. So the first assumption is that our agents are going to observe the history of the factor price, but not any of the distribution of this economy. Okay, so this kind of is kind of the partially observed Markov decision process. However, I want to mention that this assumption actually is a pretty harmless assumption, because as you may know this world representation that as long as agents can observe the entire history of the factor price and make decision based on that, actually the equilibrium that we are going to get will be identical to the rational expectation equilibrium. The second assumption will be more important in terms of getting to our computational approach, is that even though our agents can observe the entire history of the price, their optimal policy can only depend on the current price, but not on the entire price history. So this is going to be very important for our approach, because this is an assumption that basically give us a low dimension policy function to solve for, right? So in this setup, it is going to give us a 4-dimension policy function in this problem. So we also wrote a companion paper actually to not only keep track of, basically not only make decision based on the current price, but also the entire price history using some recurrent neural networks. The results would actually be quite similar in the models we solve in the companion paper. So once you are fine with these two assumptions, what reinforcement learning is going to do is basically to optimize, this 4-dimensional policy function to solve for this lifetime utility maximization problem on the simulated path of this economy using some policy gradient approach. So here I want to mention that our approach is similar to the standard reinforcement learning approach, because we also don't know the transition probability for this price path, but we are going to learn how the price is evolving into the future through Monte Carlo simulation. But we differ from the traditional reinforcement approach because we are going to encode all this economic knowledge about how the individual state is evolving into future through this household budget constraint. So we also know the utility function of the agents. I think we are going to encode all this kind of structural knowledge into our policy gradient algorithm as well, which give us this hybrid method that is reinforcement learning about price, structural about everything else.
A clarification question. So, assumption 1 and 2 are not directly related to reinforcement learning, no? I mean, they are beating. You could say, well, I'm going to make assumption 1 and 2 and then solve the model with a perceived law of motion on prices, like Ricardo did, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yes.
So reinforcement learning is really this line.
It's only that. Yeah.
Slides.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those assumptions, and then you use the perceived law of motion. Instead, yeah, okay.
So reinforcement learning, but it's assumption 2 is kind of related to reinforcement learning because, by making assumption 2, we are going to work with a non-Markov state space, and reinforcement learning is a particularly good approach to, work with non-Markov state space. Okay. Basically what we are actually working with is this, class of restricted perception equilibrium that agents are going to restrict their attention only to the current price to solve their lifetime utility maximization problem. And we are also going to impose this consistency that the prices that agents make decision upon must also comes from the price generating process that are consistent with the current policy function. Okay, so with all that in mind, basically what we need now is that suppose I can, I give you, whatever suboptimal policy function, as long as I can simulate the economy forward, I can do my policy gradient approach. Then the question is, if I give you a low-dimensional policy function, which is the 4-dimensional policy function here, can I actually simulate the economy forward? To simulate the economy forward, basically we need to simulate 3 things: the distribution, the factor price, and the aggregate shock. To simulate, aggregate shock, that's kind of exogenous process, that's very easy. To simulate the distribution, suppose I already have the policy function, no matter it's optimal or suboptimal, I can also just use this Kolmogorov forward equation to simulate this forward. So only thing that is difficult in simulation is to figure out the factor price, because factor price sometimes, they are typically pinned down implicitly by this kind of market clearing condition every period of time. So this is kind of a well-known, non-trivial market clearing problem in many global solution literature. However, as I mentioned at the beginning, so our approach actually gives us a very efficient way to handle those non-trivial market clearing condition to get factor price in the simulation. So if we think about what is a market clearing condition, basically it say that the aggregate demand of this economy for this particular bond must equal to the aggregate supply of the bond, which is 0 in our setup. Then when we enter one period of the economy in our simulation, how can we get the aggregate demand? Basically, we can just integrate up all the individual demand of the agent's policy function, which is already a function of the factor price. We can just integrate everyone's individual bond demand function over the entire distribution to get the aggregate bond demand schedule. So then basically when we enter this period of this economy, we are going to get multiple demand curve depending on the realization of the aggregate shock. So you will see all these beautiful curves on the slides. So suppose I know I'm drawing this ZT corresponding to this curve, I can do some simple one-dimensional interpolation to get the market clearing price.
So can I ask that? So just thinking ahead. So in situations where P is 2-dimensional and D is 2-dimensional, it's like solving a system of 2x2 equations.
I'm going to have a plot for you.
Oh, you are? Great.
Great.
Another question about this. So here, so how do you deal with expectations of future prices? So that's like in your B prime or something? So like if you were solving this under perfect foresight, you'd need to know the entire, not just today's price, but like kind of the prices at every period.
So as you know, we are working with the global solution of this equilibrium, which means that your expectation of the future price will also be a function of the current price. So finally, the policy function will only conditional on the current price in this setup. So you are not going to have explicitly a conditional expectation of future price as part of the state variable. So that's the beauty of global methods. Okay, so here, as I just mentioned, so basically we are going to have a kind of a demand curve for the entire economy, which is written as a function of the price, and then you can easily get this factor price as part of the simulation. So basically, market clearing is part of the environment instead of we don't need to solve any another outer loop to guess the market clearing price functions. Okay, so now I think I guess you all know that. Suppose I give you a low dimension policy function, you are able to simulate the shocks, the prices, and also the entire distribution forward. Now I'm going to spend a few slides talking about how we are actually encode this structural knowledge of individual dynamics in our evaluation of the kind of the lifetime, the value function. So basically, the value function for a given policy function is going to take this form that you're all familiar with. So we are going to do a partition of the state space into part of state space. We actually know their transition dynamics. That's basically the individual state, and also part of the state space that we don't know the transition dynamics. That's the factor price. We also put aggregate shock there, but it can be either way. So then we are going to use this transition matrix A that we defined early on to keep track of all the individual state transitions. And the expectation operator E is only going to be take expectation over the price trajectories. So basically, we are not going to simulate any individual idiosyncratic shock, but we are only going to simulate for the price trajectories. So then, we can basically write down this value function in vector form. That you can see that we are going to tell the algorithm that the individual transition are all kind of known to the computational economist. You don't need to really sample anything for that part. Then basically the problem we need to solve is to try to figure out low-dimensional optimal policy function that can maximize this vector of value function, and take as given the evolution of the equilibrium price evolving into the future. So here, one important thing that I want to mention is that in the simulation, and also when we compute the gradient of this value function with respect to all the unknown parameters in my policy function, we need to put kind of something called stop gradient operator on the price generating process. That is to guarantee that all the agents are actually price takers. They don't really understand that their policy function is also going to have a price impact in terms of generating the price. Okay. So what we are going to do in practice to evaluate this expected, yes, Christian.
Thank you, guys. Sorry. Just on the interpretation of the problem to be solved here, and kind of to go back to your earlier remark about them observing the history of prices, but what's being conditioned upon is only the current price. Do we want to think, so that's kind of the relevant equilibrium concept? We want to, for economic reasons, restrict them to kind of do things in that way? Or what we actually want to do is the kind of full history of prices, but it just turns out here in this problem, looking at the current one is already sufficient, so we've already converged. Just wanted to get your thoughts on the interpretation of that.
So I think the main theme of this paper is actually to figure out kind of a good definition of the equilibrium that is very easy to compute. So that's kind of the sidestepping master equation business we are in. So that's what we are doing here.
But the math works with the histories, right, of prices.
So I mean, you can still put the price history as part of the state space, but then that's still gonna give you a high dimension policy function to solve. Then with a high dimensionality, you still need to work with some basically deep neural networks to solve for them. That one is almost like we are getting back to the original definition of rational expectation equilibrium, but here we try to figure out a good alternative definition of the equilibrium that is very easy to compute.
So a related thing is, in the true rational expectations equilibrium, you've got these sources of state dependence due to past shocks, and past shocks affect current aggregates, and so on. You say the impulse response to shocks. And so here you're killing one source of state dependence, which is through the policy functions, because you're saying the policy functions are not conditioning on past stuff. Now you still have state dependence, I guess, through the distribution.
Yes.
But it'd be interesting to see, okay, in applications of rational expectations models, how often is kind of the, how much of the total state dependence is going through distribution as opposed to just going through agents' policies?
Yes, you are definitely right. Yep. So one thing I want to mention on top of that is, so actually in many of the examples we have solved in this paper, this restrict perception equilibrium, the simulated, it's actually pretty close to the rational expectation equilibrium. So that's of course give some people one reason to like our definition of the equilibrium. But I don't think it's kind of the generally true. Yeah, that's because previous paper is also a restricted perception equilibrium. Yeah. 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 Okay, so basically this is what we are going to throw into the computer, basically to evaluate this expected lifetime value. We need to do a lot of simulation over many different trajectories. So in practice, so finally we are going to use kind of the weighted average of this value vector as our objective. So basically, we are going to parameterize our low dimension policy function using theta. So you can imagine you can use some low dimension neural nets to represent the policy function. But here, because we only work with a 4-dimension policy function, we can just work on the policy value on the grid, right? So basically, so here theta is just the your consumption value on all this grid, and then the lifetime utility is basically the function of this theta. So we can just compute the gradient of this lifetime utility with respect to all these unknown parameter theta, and then do optimization over theta using some gradient ascent method, because here we are maximizing the lifetime utility. So this actually has big computational benefit because, as I already mentioned earlier, it's like very, very fast.
Can I ask you about that? So
yeah.
So the weighting across different states, I guess if you hit an exact 0, it doesn't really matter. But otherwise, does this weighting across states matter?
So the weighting across states basically help with kind of improving the solution accuracy at different part of state space. If you realize, part of state space you don't get good solution, you may put a bit more weight on that. So that's how you design this weighting vector.
By good solution, you mean what?
Well, you can evaluate, you can evaluate some like Euler equation residual after you got the solution. Actually, you can because Euler equation residual will actually be a function of the state space. Yeah. But that's something we do exposed, right? So when you do the policy gradient, we don't use anything of those equilibrium conditions. Yes.
I was wondering something similar, but when we think about good solution, like it sounds like you're describing it in the sense of like being like a good approximation of the rational expectation. Oh, no?
Not really.
Oh.
So a good solution means a good solution to the restrict perception equilibrium we define. It is internally rational.
Internally rational.
Yeah.
So that, but if we think we have data that tells us that people have like, maybe like, neglect of crisis states and things like that, then that kind of like economic data we might want to take into account for maybe how we would do the weighting potentially.
Yeah. So that's we may even refine the definition of the equilibrium if we know from the data what people are actually conditional on when they make optimal decisions. Right. Great. So some computational experiments. So in the paper, we now solve a wide range of models, heterogeneous agent model with aggregate shock. So here are some runtime results until the algorithm converge. So basically, you can see like across all these different models we are, which are like foundation in the literature, we can solve all of them within 1 minute or a couple of minutes. So one thing I want to mention that you can see from our tutorial is that we implement this algorithm using the JAX package running on GPUs. But this is like very, very efficient. I encourage you all to take a look. So some results. So for the Crusoe-Smith model that I didn't talk, but I assume you all know. Actually, our structural reinforcement learning method can recover the rational expectation solution pretty well. So these are like the simulated dynamics of the economy when we solve the model with SRL or with DeepHam, which is a deep learning-based global solution method for the rational expectation equilibrium. So you can see that under the same realization of shock, the two economy actually agree with each other pretty closely. And then for the Huggit model, we have spent a lot of time on. So these are some results of the Huggit model. You can see the policy function is kind of very well behaved. The final plot here is actually the market clearing checking here. You can see the market clearing condition hold extremely well. And we can also check the Euler equation residual in terms of the relative consumption units is about 0.1%, which means that the Euler equation kind of also holds very well in our definition of the equilibrium. So of course, one interesting question is what happens if we add the price history to the state space. So here, because we work with the grid-based representation for policy function, we cannot add too many histories. We add one history, so one lagged price into the state space, and we show that we basically plot the policy function only conditional on current price in solid line, and conditional on different realization of the lagged price in dashed lines. You can see that they actually overlap with each other very well. Here, basically, it means that if you add one lagged price into the state space for this Huggit model, it basically doesn't change the policy function. Okay, now as I mentioned, there are like two very well-known difficult problems in the global solution literature. One is the portfolio choice with risk-free and risky asset. So here we actually use our SRL approach to solve a two-asset Huggit model with aggregate risk. We not only have the risk-free bound, but also we add a risky stock. So now the individual state is three-dimensional. We are going to have two-dimensional factor asset price. Households choose consumption, bond holding, equity holding to maximize same objective. But now this is a new household budget constraint. So as Greg already asked, so the tricky thing here is that throughout the simulation, we need to figure out two asset price to clear two asset markets. Okay, so both markets are kind of non-trivial market, subject to non-trivial market clearing condition, which is different from the Crusoe-Smith 97 problem that you only have like one non-trivial market clearing condition. Okay, so this is the policy function we can get, but the upper left plot is what Greg was asking for, is that throughout the simulation, every time I enter a new period of time, I need to figure out the bond price and also equity price to clear two markets. So here, this heat map visualize basically the excess, kind of the L2 norm of the excess demand for the bond and for the equity. Okay, so there are two lines here that which are respectively the kind of the zero excess bond demand curve and also the zero excess equity demand curve. So the crossing point of these two demand curve will be the factor price that can clear both markets. You can see this is kind of a highly sensitive problem here. Basically, if you want to think about working with any perceived low motion of the two-factor price, as long as you get the perceived low motion a little bit wrong, basically it's very easy for you to run into some degenerate portfolio choice, and then basically the entire algorithm will just stop. Yes, please.
The question. But did you try to solve the model with the
Yes.
two perceived low motion and show that it doesn't work?
Yes, so I actually spent quite some time to.
It's not here on the slides, but you have it on the
It's
page.
not. It's not in the slides. So one difficulty I have is always, if I start with some perceived low motion which is not as good, then the entire algorithm just break because I easily run into degenerate portfolio. Then there's no like factor price to go forward. The algorithm basically stopped because there's zero demand for bond. How can I figure out a bond price when nobody has any demand for bond, right? So this is particularly hard because we don't do like all this liquidity adjustment cost here. We only so this portfolio choice is completely shaped by the risk-free versus risky margin of the two assets. Okay, so I have 4 more minutes. I want to quickly talk about how to use the idea of SRL to solve for Hank models. So I like to talk about it because you don't get so many opportunities to present paper in front of Kaplan-Meier, Violante, and Auclair Straub in the same time. So Hank models, many of us are interested in Hank models, but for the global solution literature, the Hank model is always a very difficult object to work with. It's actually not mostly because of the complicated heterogeneous household block, but mostly because we have a very sophisticated firm block. So in Hank models, typically we have a forward-looking Phillips curve, either for the price or for wage. It is going to look something like this. And then typically the global solution literature is going to try to parameterize not only some high-dimensional policy function, but also some high-dimensional price function for inflation, but sometimes also conditional expectation of inflation, and then solve a very complicated fixed point problem. There's been some highly remarkable paper actually managed to do that. They solve them within, I don't know, a couple of hours, 10 hours, or a couple of days. I have spent a few years on this. I didn't get too much success from it. But then, if you think about how to use SRL to solve the Hank model, so we actually have the solution that we can sidestep this forward-looping condition by also solve the firm's price setting problem, also use the policy gradient method. So basically, we are going to have run SRL for household by solving a low-dimension consumption and labor supply, and also run a SRL for the firm problem to solve a low-dimensional price setting problem. You can actually opt to both policy gradient method on the same simulated trajectories. So basically, we have this symmetric treatment for firms and also households for the same trajectories. In practice, actually, we get pretty good convergence properties here. So these are the solutions we get from globally solving the Hank model with aggregate risk. So this consumption policy, labor supply policy. And actually, this is kind of the inflation that is implied by the firm's price setting policy, which I think all make economic sense here. Okay, these are some simulation results from our global solution to Hank models. You can see that we can also satisfy the market clearing condition pretty well here by looking at this aggregate saving simulation path. Just to conclude, so we propose structural reinforcement learning, which is an efficient and flexible global solution method for heterogeneous agent model with aggregate risk. This is kind of a hybrid reinforcement learning approach that exploits the non-model structure, but do reinforcement learning for equilibrium price that is low dimension, but without a transition probability. So this helps us sidestep the very high dimensional master equation we typically see in the literature, but solve a much lower dimension problem. So we have, in this paper, we have solved problems that traditional global solution methods really struggle with, including non-trivial market clearing condition, portfolio choice with risk-free and risky assets, and also Hank models with forward-looking Phillips curve. So I think our next step is really to apply this machinery to really study models with even more interesting dynamics, including models with big crises, boom and bust, and so on. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks to all the speakers today. Our